and they can just catch up because we have a full agenda. So we'll call the Transportation Commission meeting for April 28th, 2021 to order. Joe, if you'd please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders, commission members, and staff, have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Panelists can also rename themselves if they wish to add preferred pronouns after their name. Please do not alter the naming convention otherwise. Also, please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the body, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Patrick, would you call the roll, please?
Barbara Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Bridget Brown.
Here.
And Harold Cleams.
Here.
Charles Miazzi.
Here.
And Ken Strite.
I see him there.
Yeah, Ken, unmute yourself.
Okay.
Okay. That's everyone then.
Thank you so much. Before we get started with the minutes, first we have introduction of new members on the agenda. Before I do that, I would like to thank Alder Foster and Alder Wehelier for their service on the Transportation Commission. And then I would like to welcome Alder Harrington McKinney and Alder Miazzi to the Transportation Commission. And also note that Alder Harrington McKinney was also appointed to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. So, Alders, I don't know if you wanted to say anything to the commission. Give you that opportunity.
Well, thank you. I'll take that opportunity to say something. And if the question had come up, why McKinney wants to serve on this Transportation Committee and Commission. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I work for East-West Gateway Coordinating Council, and I was on their staff when they were doing the design for the MetroLink. I was also on their board when we were looking at transportation patterns, and I was appointed to their Metropolitan Planning Board. So it's been in my wheelhouse for a while, and I thought that this would be a great opportunity to step on board, especially when we are designing the BRT. And I wanted to make sure that Equity Lens was on there. And specifically, I want to say is that when we were designing the MetroLink, the assumption is that everyone had a car and would use the parking ride. And so that the connection with the bus system and getting to the MetroLink wasn't considered. Well, everyone doesn't own a car. And so because of that equity lens, we were able to redesign that where the buses actually took the bus dependent riders to the MetroLink. And so that's why I really wanted to make sure. And so when you hear me calling out a question related to diversity, that is my background and that's the vision that I'm wanting to bring forward. And I wanted to kind of say that up front.
Great, thank you so much. Alder Miazzi.
Start everything off. I just want to say it's an honor to be here, and also, I'm hearing an echo in the background. Are you guys hearing it, or?
Yes. I don't know why it's echoing, but it is.
Do you have another device with the audio of the meeting on?
No, I just have one device here. Well, I'll figure it out. I just want to say it's an honor to be here, and I know that transportation is an issue in my district, so I'm here to learn and serve my constituents.
And Alder, we noticed there's two of you in the list. Did you happen to share the link with someone or your invite with anyone?
No, let me.
Could that be why there's an echo, Joe, as you perhaps signed in twice?
Could be.
If he's on his phone and also on a laptop, that always gave me the double.
Yeah, Joe, maybe you can help him figure it out.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, well, welcome. We appreciate you joining the Transportation Commission and look forward to hearing your thoughts about the many different topics that we have that come before us related to transportation. Approval of the minutes. Did people have an opportunity to take a look at the minutes from last time? If so, is anybody interested in making a motion? Chris?
Yep, move approval.
Okay, there's a motion by Chris. Is there a second?
I
Carl?
can second. Oops, sorry.
Nope, that's okay. So we have a motion by Chris and a second by Harold. Discussion? Any feedback, comments? Okay, seeing none. We'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anyone is opposed. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, the minutes are approved. Patrick, do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda?
No.
Okay. Do we have any disclosures and or recusals this evening? Joe, somebody who's an attendee has their hand up, but that's not really appropriate. Can you maybe figure that out? Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any hands up from participants. So we have proposed for our consent agenda this evening, items 2 through 6. So first off, are there any members from the public registered to speak on items 2 through 6, Patrick?
Yes.
Okay, which item would that be?
Just a moment. Number 6.
Okay, so we will, since there is...
They're not wishing to speak, though.
Oh, they're not wishing to speak?
Thanks, Joe. I didn't have that part up yet. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So since they are not wishing to speak, we can leave it on the consent agenda. You want to say whether they're registered in support or opposed to give that information to people?
They are in opposition.
Okay. Okay, so how do the members feel? Is there anything that you would like to see separated from the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I would like to separate item 6 just for staff information.
Okay, so we'll separate item 6. Ken? You have to unmute, Ken.
If it's timely, I'd move the consent agenda 2 through 5, move approval.
Okay, we have items 2, 6, 4. Do we have a second for that? Bill, is that a second?
That is a second.
Okay, thank you. So we have item 2, Legistar 64737. Item 3, Legistar 64905. 4, Legistar 64972. And 5, Legistar 65031. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anyone is opposed. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, so we will go to item number 6 then. Justin, are you there? Would you like to make a brief presentation?
Sure. This is a request to add one position to our finance department, which would handle federal procurements. You may or may not know, Metro receives a fairly large number of federal grants every year through a formula program. And so we have, and we typically, we have our in-house finance staff manages those grants. And so we work with city finance on some other, on some general procurement things. But for all intents and purposes, we run any procurements that are federally funded. In the past, that federal funding was largely limited to just purchasing buses. And so the relatively small number of procurements we were able to handle with our staff in place. As you all know, we've received a dramatic increase in federal funding, about $70 million worth in rescue funds, CARES funds, and the CRRSSA. But in addition to that, we've also received several other competitive grants through other competitive federal programs over these last couple of years, one of which for the purchase of our satellite facility, we received $7 million for that, and another for some other pre-BRT improvements. And so with all that, there's a much greater need and number of federal procurements that we have to go through. And those procurements are actually more time consuming and more challenging to do than a regular locally funded procurement. There's a lot more regulations and hoops that we've got to jump through, oversight of the contractor, ensuring that they meet Davis-Bacon wage rates, things like that, which there's just a lot more audit requirement for all of that. And so frankly, our staff on that front are just overwhelmed and we're having a problem actually getting the money out the door, which is, that's the point. That's why we receive the money, is to use it to supplement our operations and supplement our fare revenues lost during the pandemic. And we're having challenges just getting it out the door. So that's what this position is intended to do, is to add more capacity in our finance department to execute these federal projects. And it would be funded by the federal grants themselves. So we're not actually asking for more money to do so. But it obviously still has some long-term implications, because by 2025 or so, when these grants are expended, there may or may not be other grant sources to backfill them and going forward from that point. But we do feel strongly that it's important to bring in an actual city employee in order to train them up, because they spend a lot of time training them on city policy and city procedures that we feel would be not a good use of resources to bring in a contractor and train them up on city policies only to have them leave a year or two later. So that's what we're asking for here.
Okay, comments or questions for Justin?
I'll comment since I did pull it off. Justin, thank you so very much, because that's exactly the explanation that I wanted to hear. Because oftentimes, the framework in terms of finances can get kind of complex, and I know that there's some that I'll need to sit and understand. But for those individuals who are looking on, they needed to know that this is not extra funding. They needed to know that this is covered over a 4-year period. And they also needed to know that there might be some budget implications, but that's pushed out to possibly 2025. And so thank you for, that's exactly the explanation that I wanted to go on record to hear. Thank you.
Ken, go ahead. Got to unmute, Ken.
Move approval of item number 6.
Okay, there's a motion. Do we have a second? Bill?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion? Okay, seeing no hands. All those in favor of approving item number 6, we'll assume unanimous consent vote unless anyone is opposed. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands. Motion is carried. All right, item number 7. We have a large number of people registered to speak on this item, but as is our pattern, we would like to hear from the staff with the presentation first. Then we would hear from anybody who is interested in speaking from the public. And then obviously we'll have our discussion. We did have a number of people registered to speak at the last meeting, but this item was deferred to this meeting. We did receive, at last count, it looked like over 45 emails on this item, some in support and some opposed. So I know everyone is very diligent in reading through all the material, but these were coming fast and furious this afternoon. Yang, who is taking this one?
So Renee and Ellie from Traffic Engineering will do the presentation, and I'll help answer questions.
Okay. Hey, Renee and Allie, go ahead.
All right. So I am just going to bring up the presentation here from the beginning. All right. So this item is about our proposed 2021 Vision Zero projects. And most of you know, but for those who don't, Vision Zero is a new initiative that started last summer. And the goal is to eliminate serious and fatal traffic crashes for all modes. So one of the things we're doing with Vision Zero is that we are creating an action plan to reach that goal by 2030, but we are not done with that. Our goal is to complete that over the course of this year and to do some engagement around that, which we've not started, but we do have a stakeholder task force made up of community groups, other municipality government agencies who are also interested in this topic. So we did get some feedback from them. We've had 2 meetings with them so far. So, you know, they were saying, and you can see this reflected in some of our projects, having this be something that's not just for the city center, removing barriers to cross arterials, focusing on sort of the vulnerable users, people walking and biking, and just, you know, people-centered designs of streets. Other things that we took into consideration with the projects is, for those of you who've been on the committee, you know, we just approved what we called our high injury network map, which shows the streets that are where the vast majority of our serious and fatal crashes and our injury crashes for people walking and biking happen. So it is focused on that area and making changes to those streets. Also, just looking at people who walk and bike, who are the most vulnerable out on the streets. We also wanted to consider projects that were ready to go and feasible to construct in a, you know, sort of quick timeline. We tried to take racial equity and social justice into it, and then leveraging other funds where possible as well. Now, one thing is these are, of course, not the only projects on our high injury network. There are projects that are funded through other ways, not just through our Vision Zero funds. So there are projects happening across the city that you perhaps have heard about before or will hear about in the future that also are improving safety outcomes on our streets. So this map is kind of busy, but we kind of wanted to show a million things in one here. So the red is the approved high injury network. So those streets where we see these crashes happening. And then the purple boxes show our neighborhood resource team areas. Then we wanted to show areas below poverty and areas with people of color to try to get at that social justice angle to kind of show projects, how they're distributed throughout the city. So hopefully it was not too overwhelming for everyone to put all of that in one. And so then I'm going to turn it over to Ellie, who is just going to go through these quick because I know we have a big agenda and there are a lot of people with an interest, particularly in the Whitney Way project, but possibly others.
All right. Yeah, so I'll briefly go over these. The first one is Gammon Watts. We'll be doing some infrastructure improvements as well as some signal work. For Northport Dryden, we'll be doing some lighting and pavement marking improvements. For Northport Mid-Block, we'll be doing some crossing improvements and align that crosswalk. For Packers and Scott, we'll be putting in an RFB in Pitt Island. North Thompson, from Sycamore to Highway 30, we'll be reducing the speed limit. For Darbo Drive from Darbo Drive and Starkweather, we'll be improving signing and pavement markings. For East Wash and Marquette intersection, we'll be improving the lighting and crossing improvements. For Coolidge, from Oak to Strange, we'll be putting in some traffic calming. Cottage Grove Road, from Drexel to Flora, we'll be doing a speed limit reduction. And then for Cottage Grove Road in Acewood, we'll be improving the lighting and crossings. Buick, Taft, and Fisher, we'll be improving lighting, the crossings, and then just improving the visual site as well. For Park Street, Badger to Region, we'll be doing a speed reduction. For Park and Wingra, we'll be improving that right turn for better safety. Sprecher and Wyalusing will be improving the lighting as well as putting in an RFB and doing crossing improvements. For Highlander Region, we'll be removing that north left turn lane just to make that intersection a little less confusing and make it safer. From Milwaukee and Walbridge, we'll be improving the crossings as well as putting in RFB. And then Whitney Way will be doing an overall corridor improvement, better bike facilities, RFB, lighting improvements, as well as speed reduction. And then the 20s Plenty Initiative, public engagement piece, as well as campaigns. And then lastly, the lasers. And then we will take questions.
Before we get to, unless people have any questions other than Whitney Way, you sent out some diagrams on Whitney Way, and I guess because all but one of the comments that I saw were with regard to Whitney Way, I thought it would be helpful to have a presentation from staff about what those improvements are so that everybody's on the same page before we move forward. Ken, did you have a question?
I just had the question on the Regent and Highland. Is that going to be a no left turn then, or how are you eliminating the left turn lane? What's the option there?
Sure. So, yes, that is correct. So we would be taking that left turn out of the street.
So the question I have is I understand it because going through that intersection is confusing. Will that drive traffic that wants to go east on Regent through the neighborhood so that it's coming out somewhere else? I mean, the main volume is rush hour coming out of the hospital and they're moving south. Anyway, what were you, not in a critical way, but what was the thought as far as what the people who desire to go east, what route are they going to take?
Yeah, Yang, did you have a comment there? You have your hand up.
Yeah, I'll try to help answer that question. So yeah, that's an excellent question. So yes, Renee is correct. By removing the southbound left turn lane, we're going to remove the movement as well. But that's just for one direction. That's for the southbound left turn, as Ken mentioned. And the reason is that the intersection is quite complex. it's come at an angle, and there are lots of different movements, a lot of conflict points. So the southbound left turn creates quite a few conflicting points, adds to the confusion of the intersection. But at the meantime, it does not serve a whole lot of traffic. So the traffic volume for that movement is quite low.
Okay.
So the idea is to simplify the intersection and also provide when we remove the left turn, then we can do a much larger pedestrian refugee area for the pedestrians to wait. At the meantime, we don't think this will cause a whole lot of impact to the neighborhood streets because the demand is kind of low for this movement. But I think there's going to be some minor impacts. We discussed this with the neighborhood at a neighborhood meeting last year. So I think folks are on board with the pros and the cons. We saw a lot of pros than more pros than cons on this one.
No, I agree that it's a very accident prone. It's very confusing when you're trying to figure out how do you get there when you're coming off a speedway. I just wanted to make sure that the neighborhood had been consulted. That's all.
Okay, that all you had, Ken?
Yep.
Thanks. Okay. So did we want to see what is being proposed on Whitney Way and then hear the comments from the public? Because I'm assuming most of them will be about Whitney Way. Who's going to handle that?
All right. I guess I can do that. And Tom Moore has worked with me a lot on this project, and he is here now too. So let me bring up.
Excuse me, Renee. Ken, did you have a question or comment? You're muted, Ken.
A procedural question, would we be able to split this so that we could move ahead on everything but Whitney Way so that later on we only have the Whitney Way component left to vote on? I mean, my expectation is that everybody would agree to this part and then we can just frame all of our other motions about Whitney Way.
The only potential issue that I see with that is that I assume that all of the comments are about Whitney Way, but I don't know for sure that all of the comments are about Whitney Way. So I'd really rather hear from the public, Ken, before entertaining a motion, just to make sure we have all that public input. Yang? Go ahead, Yang.
Oh, I can wait until later, but maybe I should say it now. I would like to bring just a couple of things to the commission's attention before the committee vote. One is that on the 20th plenty, that's on this list. We also have agenda item later. Once it's approved, the later agenda is for the locations for phase 1 rollouts. So just want to clarify that. The second point I want to make is that we have $500,000 this year budget for Vision Zero projects. So you may notice that the total cost is still be higher. So we have some notes there. I just want to highlight that we are working on other potential funding sources, including such as from the nearby development project, particularly BRT project, and also just recently we learned there's a little bit leftover money from the engineering's bike week account from 2020. So we'll use those funds to cover the amount that's being over the $500,000. So I just want to make sure the commission is aware of that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. So go ahead, Renee.
All right, sorry, having trouble with my unmute there. Let me just bring up the design here. All right, so this was there and in Legistar, and this is starting at Tokay Boulevard and going north. I always have trouble with that. So here you can see, first I'm just gonna say this project includes, for the whole length, buffered bike lanes, and this section here, the buffered bike lanes would be in place of one of the travel lanes. So it is 3 each way. And then once you cross South Hill Drive as you go north, that would replace on-street parking with a buffer bike lane. So that is a big part of the improvement, is the addition of these buffer bike lanes. This section has no bike lanes whatsoever now. And north of South Hill Drive, as you'll see, that there is currently a shared bike parking lane that would be converted to a buffer bike lane. This project also has quite a few pedestrian improvements, as you'll see as we kind of go through this corridor. That's another key part of this project. And so here at Tokay, we actually have two, and Tom is here too, so he can jump in as well if there are questions or if I have something. But there's two options here, because at Tokay we do have a lot of bus turning movements. This is right where the transfer point is. So we have a couple different options for consideration here, where the buffer bike lane ends. And where there's also these heavy turning movements. So this is kind of the first one, which is something more standard that maybe you've seen, where they kind of just merge over together and there is a right turn lane that starts. This is a slightly modified version, which has more of a sort of a different style of merge. We can maybe make this a little bit bigger. I apologize if you hear sirens in the background.
Renee, Tom Lynch has his hand up. Tom, did you have something to add?
No, but I may want to just add a little bit of supplement when Renee's finished.
Absolutely.
Thanks. So
you bet.
I'll lower my hand, but if you just keep that in mind, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. You, Tom, you and Yang and Tom Moore, as we're going through the presentation, please just hop in. Feel free to hop in and supplement as you go.
Yeah. All right. So, and you can see here we have the more visible crosswalks here at Tokay Boulevard to support pedestrian crossings. Then here we are, as you're headed north, you reach Research Park Boulevard, and the buffer bike lane continues, and we have some green bike dashes through the intersection just to kind of highlight that movement more and make people more aware of bikes going through that area. All right. The next intersection you get to here is at Mineral Point Road. And this obviously is the area where there's also some improvements to Mineral Point Road with a speed reduction. The bike lanes that are right on the east side would become buffer bike lanes. We would add some signal detection so that if a bike was detected in the Whitney Way bike lane, it would get a longer green. This is a fairly long crossing if you've been out there because it does have the travel lanes. It has the combined bus bike lane, so it is a large crossing. So we wanted to reduce the speeds on Mineral Point Road so that people were approaching this intersection slower. And we wanted to have that detection so bikes got a little bit more time to get across there safely. We also added the Continental crosswalks for the pedestrian movement to kind of highlight that more. And a little green just in that area where people might be making turns off of Whitney onto Mineral Point Road as well. All right. So then we reach South Hill Drive, and this is where the Garner Park is located. It's an intersection that we've heard about quite a bit. That is a big movement that people make in the neighborhood to go to the park. And so this would get the rapid flash beacon light as well as the Continental crosswalks to improve that and make that an easier crossing. And then as you can see, this is where it transitions, where the buffer bike lane would replace the on-street parking. And then we will keep going here. All right, so here we are at Regent Street, also with the green bike dashes through the intersection to help highlight the presence of bikes. And here at Door Drive, currently there is not a marked crosswalk there, so we are proposing to to mark those to make that crossing easier in the neighborhood. And here also at, I believe it's Langlois, we would add a continental crosswalk and add a pedestrian ramp for that crossing to also continue to increase the ease with crossing Whitney Way, which is something that we heard at the neighborhood meeting was desired. And especially with the removal of the parking, visitors, people may be parking along those neighborhood streets a little bit more. So we definitely wanted to ensure that those pedestrian crossings also saw improvements. And here we are at Sheboygan Avenue and then at Old Middleton, which is kind of where this project starts up. You can see the addition of some continental crosswalks there to improve that crossing as well. And that is kind of jump in, I guess, Tom, if I missed any of the things along here.
So either Tom Moore, Tom Lynch, or Yang, any of either the two Toms or Yang, if you have, or Allie, if any of you have anything to add.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could maybe share my screen, and so Renee gave a kind of a review of the project at the pavement marking level, and I'd just like to share maybe 4 slides. Why are we even doing this? Why is this a thing? That'd be okay. Would that be okay?
Sure, absolutely.
So I have to make sure I'm.
So when Tom is putting up the slides, I just want to quickly add to Renee's presentation that along with all the work you have saying, we also reducing the speed limit on Whitney Way. North of Muir Point, reduced to 25 miles per hour. South of Muir Point, 30 miles per hour.
Okay, Tom, if you want to address what you're showing on the screen.
Yes. Okay. So the Greater Madison MPO prepares a bicycle level of stress network. And it's really quite useful. It kind of shows where is it appropriate to bike and where is it not appropriate. And this shows the green is good, right? And orange is bad. Okay. And when you look at kind of the west side of Madison, some key routes, some key north-south routes for cyclists are bad. There's just really no facilities. Would you send your 12-year-old out to bicycle on Whitney Way or on Gammon Road or on Mineral Point Road? And so we, over the next couple of years, we're going to have the opportunity to greatly improve it. The BRT project is going to put a shared use path on Mineral Point Road. So that's a 2.5 mile investment that will be very useful. But on Whitney Way, our options are really limited, right? So we can't, due to some of the legislative changes, we cannot condemn for more land, okay, for bicycle or pedestrian facilities. It's against the law in Wisconsin. Nowhere else in the United States, just in Wisconsin. And so we really have to rebalance our street networks to make sure that we accommodate all users. So an example of this, Renee put this slide together using kind of the same background in that if you're a cyclist, the most direct route to go north-south to get to some destination off of Mineral Point Road would be to use Whitney Way and Mineral Point Road. But if you were less confident and you wanted to only use several routes, you can see by the yellow arrows how indirect the route could be. Although I think there is a little bit of a cutoff here by Stevens Elementary. I think you overdid yourself there, right?
That's where I get lost.
Yeah. All right, I'm sorry. So, but you kind of get the idea that it's not necessarily an easy thing to do. And this is an opportunity for us to address this. Now, Mineral Point Road is between 4 and 6 lanes. And a 6-lane roadway is able to carry 50,000 cars per day. You know, East Washington has 6 lanes and it carries 50,000 vehicles per day. Whereas Mineral Point Road, or not Mineral Point, but Whitney Way, normally it carries between 18 and 22,000. And then the COVID value, it's about 30% less with the COVID-19. So what that does is it just allows us to rebalance. So we are going to be putting our BRT. I think we've come to the Transportation Planning and Policy Board where we move the BRT from the sides. We're going to be putting it in the middle. We have a parking lane that's used. The occupancy of the parking lane is used between 2 and 3%. So that's quite a modest amount of use. Now, it's not saying that use is not important, but it's a more modest use, and many of the properties have on-site parking. And so this allows us to kind of right-size the road. We have a speeding problem on Mineral Point Road because there's a fair amount of capacity. We can reduce the capacity a little bit with our BRT to moderate the traffic speeds, and then we have a parking lane that's not that it's not used at all, but it's used very modestly. And we have a gaping need, to provide a north-south bikeway. And so this is kind of what it shows in the north of South Hill Road, and then this is kind of what it shows south of South Hill Road. And so with that, I just wanted to provide that context on why we are rebalancing Whitney Way, apart from just where are the pavement markings going, but just why we think it's of value to move those pavement markings. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. So why don't we go to our public comments and then we'll come back and have a discussion and questions.
Okay. There is a Margaret Porco, neither supports nor opposes, but wishes to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. And I've emailed some of my concerns. I've reached out to my alders, and I'm here to ask you to maintain the street parking on Whitney Way. So when I say I don't support or oppose, it's because this was all lumped into the Zero Vision or the whole project. And my real speaking issue is Whitney Way. I oppose making that just a buffered bike lane. It's important for the residents here in the neighborhood. We have a number of resident facilities and in-home care facilities that depend on that parking, in addition to just our normal uses of that parking. Having talked to over 20 of my neighbors, very few people see the benefit of removing this parking. Residents use this for a variety of reasons, again. And I'm not really understanding why we can't maintain the curbside lane as a shared space for bikes and parked cars occasionally. So I'm asking you to maintain it as it is. Otherwise, I understand what you're trying to do with this overall project, but it's really important that we have that parking, given all the neighborhood opposition and the fact that Whitney Way speeds are going to continue to be high without the constant enforcement of that speed. This lane doesn't actually make Whitney Way a safer bike route, but the use of the parking is making it more accessible for longtime residents that need this space. I want to say one thing about equity. When we talk about creating equity, this issue is not one that strikes me. I've heard a lot of people comment that changing this lane is going to create more biking equity. And I want to say, when I look at that map of the low stress bike network on the west side, there's a lot of green there. And I understand the route's a little longer, maybe it's a little circuitous, but it is impossible. And I want to say first, I work with low-income housing on the north side of Madison. So over Dryden, Northport, see you guys improving that crosswalk. I appreciate that because that crosswalk is deadly. It is literally deadly. And to me, that is a loss of equity that kids can't cross the streets. So when I see all the green for biking over here on the west side, but I know that it's impossible to bike on the north side of Madison, on Dryden and Northport over there and get downtown, which is so close, safely, it seems like this is not the equity project that Madison needs. It's not the west side biking. West side has a lot of great biking, and I know Whitney Way isn't the safest. I don't think this shared lane change is going to make it any safer. And when I think about equity in my neighborhood, and I know all the older people in my neighborhood that depend on being able to have people park in front of their house for in-home care, I think that's an equity issue that needs to be considered as well. So I thank you for taking this very seriously and for hearing all of our concerns and comments. I am all in favor of equity, but I think when you consider the uses and the needs of the neighborhood and not just biking, as well as the equity in Madison overall, this shared lane should continue to be a shared lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Who do we have next, Patrick?
Someone named Bill supports, wishes to speak.
Chair, there's no bill in the list.
Okay. Then Sari Awadala opposes, wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Sari.
Hi, this is Sari. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I just found out about this last night, unfortunately, and I adamantly oppose the parking removal on Whitney Way. I do appreciate the concern for safety. There is an issue there. We had an accident just in front of my house last fall where someone died. So I do appreciate the need for safety. But removing the parking lane and making that a buffered bike lane, I do not believe will improve that whatsoever. I've lived here for 10 years now, and I commute regularly down that corridor from just before Regent down to Sheboygan for my work on a daily basis, often by bike, by foot. And with sharing that parking lane, there has always been more than enough room to comfortably bike down Whitney Way. For less experienced cyclists, I am not sure why. It appears the Seago north-south corridor is an ideal option and much more direct than the one that was shown on the map just a few minutes ago further west. And from what I understand, Seago already has the buffered bike lane, so that would not be a change over there. That seems an ideal compromise to those that are less comfortable biking on a major roadway. And Whitney is a very high traffic roadway. You will not get that comfort level regardless of whether there is parking there or not. And the removal of parking, as the previous speaker mentioned, is a significant inconvenience to the residents along Whitney Way. And that portion that we're talking about from South Hill to Sheboygan is primarily residential. It removes a regular parking area that my family personally uses. I have 2 adult children that live at home, each needing a car, and this would force me to park on a side street several blocks away, bring my groceries over. Through inclement weather, I have fallen every winter for the last 10 years on the sidewalks with the snow and ice, and do not look forward to having to do that all winter long. If one of my or 2 of my children are parked in my driveway and I need to drop off groceries and have them rearrange cars. I know that that is a significant problem for most of the residents, and the current parking was one of the main reasons I purchased here on Whitney Way. So it is a drop in property value and the convenience of living where we do. So I implore you, keep the shared bike lane with the parking. That is my biggest concern. I support the BART and as far as the single lane for general traffic.
Is that the time? Is that time, Patrick?
Yes.
Can you wrap up, please, Sari?
Yeah.
Quickly, please.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, well, and we'll go back for questions for the speakers at the end. Who do we have next, Patrick?
Joey Awadala opposes, wishes to speak.
Do we have Joey? Joe?
Sari, is Joey on the same device as you?
No, Joey is not home at the moment and has joined from another location.
Okay, thanks. I just don't see that name in the list.
He is online. I'm not sure where.
There's a Joseph, Josef.
Yeah, that would be him.
Okay.
I'm mute.
Okay, Joseph, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name's Joseph. Sorry, I put Joey and Joseph. I forgot which one I used, but thank you for allowing me the chance to speak on this, as well as my mother. Living in that on Whitney Way for the past 10 years I have other than that one incident last fall that my mother spoke on. I haven't seen any other problems on Whitney Way that it's unsafe. My mom said a lot about what she had to say on it, and I just agree with what she has to say. And I wanted to support that. That would be it.
Okay, thank you. Patrick, who do we have next?
Alan Zarinia opposes, wishes to speak.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you very much for taking my comments, and it's a pleasure to speak with you all. I'm a resident on Whitney Way. I've been here for over 20 years. I live at the corner of South Hill Drive and Whitney Way and have been witness to multiple car crashes, either into my own vehicles or into trees and over grass. Whitney Way, as the previous speakers have said so eloquently, is not a safe venue to promote cycling along. It has its own level of traffic that is fast. Even if you slow it down, people are inattentive. I got rear-ended by a 20-year-old kid who was on his cell phone, turning into my driveway. The idea of taking away the parking is, as the previous speakers have said, a poor idea for the residents who live along the road and all the people who come to service their homes, provide meals to elderly, or simply to visit the people who live here. I think that it was well said about the fact that Seago provides all of the resources in terms of biking that are required and has the ability to do so at a more leisurely pace for anybody cycling along that road. Also, Rosa Road is also a very straight and direct route if people want to go along that way to Rosa Road. The issue that I have also is that when we're talking about a issue of traffic on Whitney Way, as you look along, and I think one of the speakers was talking about the difference between Mineral Point Road and the traffic level on Mineral Point Road and the traffic level on Whitney Way, one thing needs to be pointed out. There are no homes that are directly onto Mineral Point Road that require access to and from the residences in an immediate sense. When you have cars turning in and out of driveways, you are going to increase the rate of accidents. When you increase the level of biking along that pathway, you're creating a recipe for a disaster that will end up in people being more injured and more likely to die when you're trying to promote more of that ridership along Whitney Way. I oppose this idea. I think it would be wise for the council to take this very careful, this very deliberate decision very carefully, because it's going to be people's lives that are at stake here. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay.
Who do we have next, Patrick?
Tom Wilson supports, wishes to speak.
Good evening, Tom.
Hello. So I am here in support, wishing to of these Vision Zero projects. I got to mention briefly that I am on the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, but I'm here as a resident, and these what follows is my own comments. So I'm in support of all of these projects. They were identified by the High Injury Network and represent some of the most dangerous and deadly intersections in our city. Saving lives and reducing serious injury is, of course, the priority here. But many of these projects also meet other important goals, such as closing gaps in our pedestrian and bicycle networks, prioritizing transit, making our city more livable and humane. I'm in support of all of the listed projects, but really want to focus on my strong support for the Whitney Way improvements. Whitney Way has long been hazardous for vulnerable users, and I strongly believe that the proposed improvements really speak to our city's stated values. Implementing these improvements would be putting our money where our mouths are, having us walk the walk, show that we are serious about addressing issues like climate disruption and traffic violence that we have spent a lot of time talking about. It sounds like there are a number of folks who really believe that on-street parking is a private property owner's right. It's not. It is public space. I went down Whitney today and I didn't see any property that did not include a driveway and a garage. The wants of neighbors are important, but on a corridor like this, the impact on all residents needs to be considered. These are the choices that we need to make if we're going to move the needle on climate disruption, traffic violence, and livability. Removing parking makes some folks uncomfortable. I understand that. I'm asking you to prioritize people's lives and the right to move around safely at the cost of minor inconvenience for people who have off-street parking. This proposal brings this corridor into balance where it is currently not in balance. It is disheartening to hear from some speakers that they acknowledge deaths and the need for safety, but that their convenience is more important. That mentality, in my view, is something that really needs to be opposed, and because it's so out of touch with our city's stated values. We've heard from a lot of folks who oppose this project how dangerous Whitney is. Well, these improvements are meant to fix that. The people who have drawn up these plans and put these in front of us are experts in their field. They have done extensive research and looked at what other cities have done to be successful. Please have the courage to support this in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Who do we have next, Patrick?
Karen Espenson opposes, wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Karen.
Hello, my name is Karen. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, Karen. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. I hope I can offer a perspective that is a happy medium between those who utilize public transportation, the buses, and also biking. When I moved into my home on the corner of Windward and Whitney Way 4 years ago, I didn't have a car. I was going to jobs where I needed to cycle and I needed to bus. And one of the reasons why I chose this location was that accessibility. That being said, I oppose removal of the parking abilities on Whitney Way. And everything else I'm okay with. I think the main focus here for me is enforcement. Being able to just leave my driveway is a challenge due to the speeding. And I don't believe that this is going to solve the overarching issue that faces our community. And I want there to be accessibility for service vehicles, caretakers. I happen to have a very long driveway, but even then in the wintertime, it's a challenge for people that are trying to service the property, including Madison Gas and Electric. That is all.
Hey, thank you. And who do we have next, Patrick?
The rest of the registrants are either in support or opposition, but do not wish to speak.
Can you just summarize how many we have opposed, how many we have in favor, and how many are neither in support or opposed?
2 are neither in support nor opposition. 7 are in support. 27 are opposed. One of them, though, is in a City of Madison resident.
Okay. All right. So, Yang, your hand is up.
Thank you, Anne. I just want to point out that we received another communication from Alan Arston, the former Alder of District 13 and the current transportation chair of Bay Creek neighborhood. So he supports the park and Wingra project. But I think staff would be confused about that because he sent in another support for the Park Street project, which is a speed reduction project. So I think there's some confusion that it's the same, so it was not included. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, and we'll add this to the Legistar files. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so comments. Alder Evers, welcome.
Hi, Chair, and hi, Commissioners. I too wanted to voice my support for the Vision Zero initiative projects in District 13, including the two that Yang Tao just mentioned. The one at reducing traffic speed from 30 miles per hour to 25 on Park Street in between Regent and Badger Road. And then secondly, eliminating the right-hand turn off of Wingrid Drive eastbound onto South Park, eliminating that right turn on red. I think that really will be add to safety, particularly for bicyclists and pedestrians who are crossing South Park there. So thank you for staff's work on this. Appreciate it very much. And you have my full support.
Okay, thank you. And let me just go back and ask if anybody had any questions for any of the speakers. Just to make sure that in case you did. Okay, so discussion. Questions for staff, comments? Harold, go ahead.
Thank you. Question for Renee. So I think during the discussion, we've heard that this project has, and this is specifically to Whitney Way, this has been, a long process. It started out with the discussion about the BRT routing, then it was split from the BRT routing. Can you maybe summarize the public involvement process that this has gone through? I mean, it seems, we received a lot of emails this afternoon, but yeah, I think there have been several neighborhood meetings as well. Thank you.
Sure. So, this started out as an idea to make some other improvements as a part of the BRT project. And it felt like it needed to have its own public meeting, which we did do I think it was early March that we held that meeting to talk specifically about other safety improvements related to walking and biking. And that's when we also heard about some additional improvements around pedestrian access that were desired in the neighborhood as well. And so I guess really one neighborhood meeting was focused specifically on walking and biking, although it did come up at the earlier BRT meeting as a potential change to the streetscape as well.
And would you be able to roughly summarize the feedback that was received during that meeting?
Sure. I think obviously, the parking was a concern then for people as well. I think particularly just kind of reimagining how day-to-day things would work. You heard today about, if someone comes to tree trim or landscape or those types of activities, how would that work? And then, just that change in need to have just rethink visitors, or if you have a lot of cars in your family and how that might work. So that did come up, but there were also a lot of people who live in the neighborhood who were very supportive of, just improving the overall safety for walking and biking, and, realizing that the parking usage is low. So obviously, I think just kind of a microcosm of what we're hearing today as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Alder Harrington McKinney, you're next.
Thank you very much. And so being just sitting on this board, and probably you've already gone through many of these, and so excuse my redundancy. And I had to look up what was a buffered bike lane. And so the reference to Sege Road, I know what that is, so I don't need someone to tell me how to do that. Tom, you said something, and this question is for Tom. Tom, you said something about balancing equity. And could you say more about what you meant about balancing equity, especially raising the Whitney Way as a priority. Speeding, I understand, so I'm not talking about the speeding, but I'm talking about the biking and the other that you talked about in terms of balancing equity.
Yeah. So I think that you may have misheard me. While I have the floor, I'm going to just make one addition to Renee's comment and then address your comment directly. One thing that was discussed at the public meeting was with BRT stations on Whitney Way, would they end up using some of the street parking? You know, and is that, you know, is that a good thing for residents on Whitney Way to have BRT parking nearby? And then in direct response to yours, Alder McKinney, I use the word rebalancing the street equitably, but if I connoted an equity and an inclusion reference, it wasn't that. It was more like, how do we, if we have a curb to curb, how do we fit all of the modes that we need to fit inside the curb to curb? So in transportation, sometimes people are using the word rebalancing the street. So, which means instead of it just being primarily for autos, right? Where we have from curb to curb is just serving only autos. How do we kind of put our stripes on the road in a way so that we have provisions for all of the modes equitably? So I meant it as far as mode share and not as far as race or income. So I just want to clarify that.
Good, thank you for that clarification. And my other three questions is related to enforcement came up and the public. Could you say more about the public engagement and how was this rolled out and what was the participation? And when I say that, I'm looking at numbers. I'm learning that when you ask about what is the public participation, I need to have a sense of what that turnout was.
Yeah. I'm aging, so I have a poor memory, and that's why we have other people on this call. I'll tell you what I think, and people can correct me, which happens all the time. The BRT public meeting, this was discussed quite a bit, and I think the BRT meeting had maybe 70 attendees, and then if I remember correctly, Alder Martin felt like we really needed to focus in on this neighborhood, and so we had a meeting for that, and that was 30 to 35. I think it's 30 to 35 attendees. Is that about right, Renee? Do you think?
Yeah, I would say it was probably around 35 people registered for the meeting.
Okay.
And there was a general discussion in terms of support for the rebalancing of the street. And I'm not asking about speeding. I'm really asking about the usage of rather than a shared lane with bike and parking, it being the parking eliminated totally and having it more of a buffered bike lane. What was that discussion like?
I actually felt like that meeting went pretty well with, and I actually feel like most in the participating in that meeting were supportive. So I think that's an accurate portrayal, Renee. I actually was, I expected perhaps a little bit more opposition than you really experienced at that meeting. I felt like the meeting, most respondents were supportive.
Renee, is that do you have anything to add to that?
No, I was just going to say that I thought overall the meeting went really well and there was a lot of support. And obviously there were some people who felt, I guess one person said cautiously optimistic that this would help kind of the overall street safety. So.
Okay. And my final question really is enforcement in relation to the speed. Are they speed boards, and how are we going to enforce that reduction in overall speed? That is important. So I wanted to have you to speak to that.
Yeah. Maybe I'll discuss this a little bit. I think enforcement throughout the city is challenging, right? Because there's limited resources that our police department has, and they are deployed to lots of different areas, right? And so the extent that we can manage the transportation environment so that certain speeds are expected, that helps the police and it helps neighbors. And so I'm going to say 20 years ago, we would say congestion is a bad thing. I'm going to say now congestion isn't necessarily a bad thing. On the northern portion of Whitney Way, for instance, there will be one through travel lane in each direction. And the last time we took a traffic count there, which I think was in November, we had about 12,000 cars. Well, 12,000 cars traveling in 2 lanes is better than 12,000 cars traveling in 4 lanes, right? Because 4 lanes is just wide open and you can just go. But if we can manage our roadways so environmentally they cue the driver to maintain the right speed, that's what we want. Because our enforcement resources are limited, and actually Alder Madsey, probably can speak to this better than anyone on the commission. So,
how many speed boards do we have for the city?
Yang, I think I'm going to turn. These are traffic questions. I'm going to turn over to Yang.
Yeah, that's a great question. So for traffic engineering, we have 4 speed boards, and we rotate them throughout the city to remind the drivers that how fast they're driving and remind them to slow down. So we have a program to put them at certain locations for a week or 2, and then haul them to the next location. So we have a list of streets for that. So those are the mobile speed boards that we can move. We also have dozens of permanent speed boards that we install every year through the city. So those are mostly for school zones, but occasionally we use on some challenging roads as well. So we have quite a few of those. And beyond traffic engineering, also the police department, they have a number of speed boards at different district offices, different precincts. I don't know exactly how many they have, but we have been asking their help utilize theirs as well. Okay, thank you very much. And one of the things I'm going to ask staff is that if we can share how many speed boards are available for the city, I'd like to know that, especially for the city. And then I know from the police, that's a different question, but I'd like to know how many we have available to put at locations to remind drivers to slow down. Thank you.
Chris, you're next.
Thanks. I appreciate Alder Harrington McKenney, you mentioning that you needed to figure out what we were talking about with a buffered bike lane. So I was wondering, to a lot of the comments we've heard, Renee, could you briefly maybe describe what we're actually talking about here, those buffered bike lanes might look like? And then I'm going to tack on what I think might be a related question, which is, we've heard a lot about the question of how these larger service vehicles would access properties. And I know you said that came up in some of the neighborhood discussions too. So kind of what was the conclusion to those questions?
All right. I am just gonna here we go. Share this. So this is from the meeting that we had with the neighborhood, kind of showing you 2 examples of buffer bike lanes that we do have here in the city. One is on Milwaukee Street and the other one on Dutch Mill Road. So for those of you who haven't seen them, this is kind of what they look like. Sometimes they do have stripes through them if they're wider. These are on narrower configurations, but for those who haven't seen them, this is what they look like. Oh, and then your second question was about service vehicles, right? Obviously it's going to depend a little bit on the particular company as to what they're providing and where they might park, and also the driveway space that's available to them. So I think, it would just vary on if they needed to trim a tree or if they were just coming to drop off an appliance. It might be a slightly different situation in which they might pull into the driveway or use some of that space, or park on a side street, or I guess like MG&E gets permits for street occupancy, and then they have to follow a procedure for how that would work, which is not my area of expertise. So Tom might apparently have more, or Yang.
Tom or Yang, do you have more to add to that question? Because that was there was a theme in the emails we saw, wasn't there, Chris, about this very question? So
yeah. So I'm going to, in my response, I'm actually going to quote Yang. Yang often says cities are messy, right? And so we regularly see FedEx, UPS drivers, all these different drivers, and they double park. They park temporarily in street zones. It just happens. And if whether it's a parking lane or a bike lane, these drivers will end up doing that. And they do it now. They do it on Johnson Street. They do it all over. But is that, does that keep us from doing the right thing? Do you know what I mean? Does that keep us from providing a facility that, apart from a delivery vehicle, is there? Minneapolis has aggressively implemented some very high functioning bike facilities throughout their city. And we went up to visit them, and you know what? Sometimes we saw UPS trucks, parking, and that UPS truck was there for a minute and 30 seconds while they did that. And that's not ideal, but that didn't keep Minneapolis from providing the bike facility, and so so Yang, why don't you expound on cities are messy? I don't think
I have anything more to add. I think you said it really well. And there are pros and cons, right? So definitely, ideally, we have a space for everything, right? For parking, for these service vehicles, for bikes, for transit. But the reality is that we only have so much space. And so we have to make choices. And, which means it's going to become a nice idea for some aspects, but become better for other aspects. So I think those are trade-offs. But for this case, we do feel like, the benefits outweigh the impacts. So yeah, I don't have more to really add to it. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, is that all you had?
Thanks a lot. Yep, that's great.
Thanks. Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. I'm just wondering if you guys can recap for me quickly the linear limits of the project on Whitney Way. What's the length that this would the change would take place?
Sure. So the project itself starts at Old Middleton Road, but really the biggest change is starting at Sheboygan and going. Then the parking would be removed from Sheboygan to South Hill Drive. After South Hill Drive, there isn't parking, and it would just be a lane reduction to Tokay.
Okay. And can you just, by eyeballing it, give me an approximation of how many, what I'm assuming are mostly single-family homes, would be impacted?
That's a good question.
Sorry, I know this is I
might need to look at the map quick to kind of try to see how many there might be along each block.
Well, if you can just estimate it, I'm going to just say a couple words and then I'll come back to you. If that's good. So, I definitely have empathy. Yeah.
Bridget, I'm familiar with the neighborhood. I would say that probably in that space, it's 50 to 60 houses, okay. About 20 to 30 on either side in that space. Okay. Some of those are duplex, but very few. The main duplexes are between Regent Street and about a quarter mile north of Sheboygan.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to say that I empathize, I guess, personally with the folks who live in this area. As somebody who lives on a street where, in the next year or so, there's going to be a lot of anticipated changes that will, frankly, decrease my utility of the street right in front of me. Frankly, make it more difficult for things like on-street parking and deliveries and others. I empathize certainly with what folks are saying, but I also see that, and I guess it's consistent with what Tom quoting Yang, that it is messy and it's not painless to try to move forward into the direction that I think, by and large, we as a city have chosen to go with regard to multiple forms of transportation. So, it's a tough decision, and I think there are going to be folks who don't support the direction that this might eventually go, but thinking from sort of a bigger picture perspective, my hope is that overall this is a positive change for the city if that is the direction that's chosen.
Okay, is that all you had, Bridget? Thank you. Tom, you're next, and then Alder Foster's next after you.
Yeah, so I'm just providing maybe a supplement to the question that was asked for Renee. When we did our parking occupancy study, there's 234 spaces that we're talking about. In the morning, 3 of them were occupied. In the afternoon, 7 of them were occupied. So that just, so that's not the number of houses, but it does give you an idea of the number of parking spaces.
Is that all you had, Tom?
Yes.
Thanks. Alder Foster, good evening. I said, I don't know if you're on at the beginning of the meeting, but I said, I thank you for your service on the commission. So in case you missed that, I just wanted to make sure I publicly thank you. So, and we welcome your comments.
Thank you. I did miss that, but appreciate it. Just real quickly. So I wanted to say I'm very much in support of all the measures that were put forward by staff. I think these are really good combination of proposals kind of across the city. There's been a lot of discussion on the Whitney Way one. I think I'll kind of echo what Bridget was saying, that absolutely this will have a negative impact to some of the people that are living right there. But I think the job of the commission is to really look citywide and to look at what our adopted transportation policies and goals are. And the reality is this is the way we need to move to get to those long-term and big picture goals. So I'm hopeful that everyone supports all these proposals. I did just want to ask one quick question on a different one in here, which is the Cottage Grove Road proposal, which I'm very supportive of, the speed reduction and the planned improvements at the Acewood Cottage Grove intersection, which I know is one of the worst locations in the whole city. So really glad to see some improvements there. I guess I just wanted to ask if it would be possible to consider extending the 25 mile per hour zone. I think as I saw in the proposal right now, it would be lower to 25 to Stoughton Road and then lowered to 30 to Flora Lane. And just wanted to highlight that kind of the segment from Stoughton Road to Flora Lane has a lot of pedestrian activity as well, and obviously includes in the heart of it the Acewood intersection. There's a Walgreens there. There's a convenience store. There's a new development that's going up. More people are moving in there. A lot of lower income apartments right on that. A lot of people crossing back and forth, bus stops, etc. So not sure if that was looked at all, but if there were an opportunity, I don't think it would cost more money. Just be a different number on the sign. So I'd be interested in staff's reaction to that if they think that's something that could be still considered, but would really advocate for extending that 25 all the way out to Flora rather than just stepping down to 30. Thank you.
Does staff want to address that question for Alder Foster?
Yeah, I can address that. Yeah. So thank you, Alder Foster, for the suggestion. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. I think initially when we developed the plan, we're thinking about be realistic, considering just characters of the roadway. I think we may not know the area actually as best as you because you probably use that road more often than us. But we'll take another look at it to see whether we can reduce further from from 30 to 25. I think if there are enough activities warranted and we feel comfortable with it, we can do that. If not, well, just do this step of reduction to 30 miles per hour, and maybe you can come back in a later year to do another speed reduction when we feel like there's more activities. But we'll definitely take a look at it again now.
I appreciate you taking a look at that, and that'd be great if you can. If you think it would be warranted, it would be great. You just bring that back and get approval to bring it down to the 25 ahead of putting those signs up. So thank you very much.
Yeah. So Yang, before we go on to Ken, is it something that you think you would want us to consider approving tonight subject to traffic engineering review, or would you rather leave that for a separate, something you can think about while we listen to what Ken has to say? Ken, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that what Tom had said as far as when they did the occupancy, that the inverse of that is that for 97% of the length of the road, then the bikes are currently using an unoccupied parking lane, right?
Tom Lynch, are you on? You see his camera's off.
I apologize. I stepped away for a second. Could you repeat?
Yeah. Ken had a follow-up question with three. Ken had a follow-up question for you. Go ahead, Ken.
If only 3% of the parking spaces are used, that means that basically there's already a lane for bikes for 97% of the route, right?
It does have a little bit of that feature, but it does mean that cyclists do have to go around the cars.
Yeah, I understand.
So I think so that and then
But that's really what we're balancing, right? Going around 3 cars in one direction and 7 cars in another direction versus no parking.
Well, there's that, but then there's also, I think what we want to do is we want to make comfortable routes for the majority of users. So I'm a father of 4 children, right? And I didn't want to drive them everywhere. So I'd like to say, take your bike. My 12-year-old, take your bike. And so do you feel comfortable telling your 12-year-old to take a bike on Whitney Way? And with the BRT, I don't know if it's good or bad, but with the BRT, there will be the potential where people will park and ride. You know what I mean? And so there could be a higher percentage of people parking. I think that right now it's relatively. It's perhaps easier to implement now when traffic volumes are low and the BRT is not there than it will be 2 years from now when traffic volumes are a little higher and the BRT isn't. So
Yeah, I just would like to add that there is a difference of a parking lane being used by bikes and a buffer bike lane that's more designed for bikes. I think there'll be different perceptions from both the bicyclist perspective, but also from a driver's perspective. So for bicyclists, they'll feel much more comfortable using that space if it's designated as a bike lane. And for the drivers on the road, they will start to expect respect the bikes a lot more, and expect that they will be in that space. As a parking lane, I think sometimes when we drive around, we didn't expect there are going to be many bikes over there. So I do think there's there's kind of the intangible benefits of marking it as a field as a bike lane for biking.
Okay, thank you, Yang. Alder Lemmer, welcome and go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I just wanted to share that I strongly support the Vision Zero projects list and was really relieved and excited to see the projects in my district. And I very much hope that this is passed tonight. And I do think Alder Foster's suggestion for the speed limit on Cottage Grove Road has merit. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Yang, Bridget, go ahead. Then I have a question for Yang. Go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. I just wanted to give an illustration. And again, just from I'm not a transportation professional, but my personal experience is that for example, I am comfortable bicycling on Fish Hatchery Road. I am not comfortable bicycling on Whitney Way. And, thinking about the difference between those two, they both have a lot of traffic. It's high volume, but Fish Hatchery has a bike lane and it's a separated location. When as a bicyclist, you're having to, go in and out of traffic, then the motor vehicle, the operating motor vehicle traffic, I would rather just take the lane and bicycle in the lane than go in and out where there's some parking and some not parking, because you're more visible to those motorists who are driving. Frankly, when you're out there versus when you're kind of going in and out around parked vehicles. So, for what it's worth, I just wanted to give that as an example.
Okay, thank you. And before we continue on or consider a motion, Yang, I wanted to just ask you about the suggestion that was brought forward by Alder Foster about lowering the speed limit on Cottage Grove Road from the proposed 30 to 25 from Highway 51 to Flora, if I'm understanding that correctly, Alder Foster. How you felt about that, Yang, and if people are agreeable to that and including that in the proposal this evening, subject to traffic engineering review, would that be acceptable, Yang?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Alder Foster and the commission can trust staff. Really take a look at it and do whatever is the most appropriate, either 25 or 30 miles per hour, the new speed limit for that section. And I think I think as staff we feel comfortable, so maybe make things easier. I think maybe the commission can consider approving that. Whatever speed that the staff thinks is the most appropriate for now. We can bring it back for update to the commission at some time, and give you a reasonings. If it's 25 miles per hour, great. What's the reason for that? If it has to be 30 miles per hour, what's the reason for that? And if it's 30 miles per hour, I think we're going to look at it in the future. I think there's going to be, it's going to be more activities done out there in terms of, pedestrian crossings and developments. I do think eventually it's going to be 25.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying in the spirit of being efficient, Yang. I like the idea of if people are willing to consider it, that we approve it with whichever speed traffic engineering thinks is most appropriate, whether it be 25 or 30 for that stretch on Cottage Grove Road from Highway 51 to Flora. Ken, go ahead.
Unless there's any other questions, I move approval of item number 7, the Vision Zero project.
Did that include what we just discussed?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the Vision Zero projects, including the possibility of either 30 or 25 for the reduced speed limit on Cottage Grove Road from Highway 51 to Flora. Denise, you were next.
Just a quick question. As I can't remember, I'm still concerned about the speed on Whitney Way. So what was the speed reduction there?
So the speed where it's currently 30 would go to 25. And I think, Yang, that ends at Mineral Point.
Yes. So right. So from Old Middleton to Mineral Point, we're reducing that from 30 to 25 mile per hour.
And then the place where you're going to put the buffered bike lane, what's the speed reduction there?
That's the whole stretch will have
the
a
whole
buffer
stretch.
bike
Okay. Okay, cool.
So that's 25 mile per hour.
Okay.
But south from there, from Mineral Point to Tokay, right now, because that's 35, we're going to reduce that from 35 to 30.
To 30. Okay.
And that's also have a buffer bike lanes. Over there, there's a little bit different. The land use there, becomes more. It's UW Park, so it's more like a research campus,
right?
Instead of a single-family homes, so there's a very little amount of driveways. So the land use is just a little bit different.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, Bill.
Thank you. I would like to second the motion that Ken made and approval of the this agenda item number 7, I believe, is it?
Yes.
With the having staff look at the potential for the speed reduction out on the Cottage Grove.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the Vision Zero projects with the adjustment that we asked staff to review the speed on Cottage Grove Road from Highway 51 to Flora and consider whether reducing it to 30 or 25 would be the most appropriate. Is there further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anyone is opposed. If anyone is opposed, please raise your hand and we'll have a roll call vote. Okay, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Please register me as an abstention. I don't feel prepared to vote on this one.
Okay, so Patrick, does that mean we should do a roll call vote or can we just assume everyone else is in favor?
If there's no other voices in opposition or anything like that, that should be fine.
Okay. Anybody else opposed or wish to abstain? Okay. If not, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Great discussion as always. The Vision Zero initiative is something we all are paying a lot of attention to and spending a lot of time talking about, especially those of us on the traffic calming subcommittee. So anxious to hear more about it. And thanks very much for everybody's feedback on that. Okay, and speaking of these projects, Yang, item 8 is related, is it not?
You are correct. Yeah. So item 8 is directly related to the first project on the Vision Zero project list this year. So that was just approved by the commission. So thank you very much for that. So this item is for authorize the mayor and his clerk to sign agreement with the state DOT for the design and construction cost for safety improvements at Gammon Road and Watts intersection. So we received a federal grant through the state DOT to make some improvements to the intersection. including to realign the left turn lanes so that we provide a better offset, so vehicles can see each other better. And we're also improving the pedestrian refugee area, and also improving visibilities of the traffic signals. The agreement is that we'll receive 90% of the funding through federal funding through state, and the city responsible for 10% of that. For cities this year, you just proved that the $7,500 in our 2021 budget from the Vision Zero program. And the rest of the city share, that's about the $63,000, will come from next year's Vision Zero funding. So that's all in place. So this item is just authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign an agreement. Thank you.
Hey, comments or questions for Yang? Bill.
Thank you. Yang, because this is now going to be a HSIP project through the state, that means the project needs to follow the state procedures for an intersection improvement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in other words, you'll take an entire, you have a vision on what you want to do as far as just working on the left turn lanes, but before you get to that, jump to that, you will look at all different alternatives for that intersection?
No, we already worked through the state through that process.
Okay, so that is
project is so this project is very well defined already.
Okay.
And the state will be the lead agency.
Okay.
So they will be administrating the contracts and will be paying for the 10%.
Okay, so the preliminary engineering basically is planning has been completed then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Harold, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. And I think maybe your answer to Bill has answered some of my questions as well. Is there is this part of any larger improvement project to that area? Because, we fixed Gammon on the other side of the Beltline with like the new underpass, the really nice side paths. But then when I was over there a couple of weeks ago, the other side of the Beltline needs these improvements for people walking, for people biking, and for people driving as well. So how does this play into the larger picture, if at all?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So you are right. So this definitely is not the only improvements that will be needed for that area, desired for that area, and some of those have already been happening, like Gammon Road north of Beltline, not far from here, and this segment from Watts to Beltline had also actually been considered for a project, but due to many different reasons like funding and other considerations, it was not done with a project north of Gammon Road, north of Beltline. But there are definitely some thoughts on kind of extending the setup to the south. And also the state is doing some study as well. Actually, looking at a pretty big area of Beltline, including many of the interchanges. So there are quite a few things going on, and so I think eventually there could be some projects happening, much larger projects happening in those areas. But this one is mainly towards the safety improvements, specifically targeting some of the crashes that we have experienced in the intersection. And we happen to we applied for safety grant and we got it. So we feel like let's make these improvements first. But during the design process, we kind of considered what the the whole picture may be in the future. So we kind of be very mindful in doing the design for that. But in the future, maybe there are things, some minor things need to be modified, but at least we enjoy the safety improvements for the years between those projects.
Thanks. That's very helpful. It makes a lot of sense. So if nobody else has any questions, I would move approval of this item.
Okay, thank you, Harold. There's a motion. Bridget?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote in favor unless anyone wishes to oppose. If so, please raise your hand. Oppose or abstain, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion is carried. Thank you, Yang. Okay, item 9, review of the Vilas Park Drive interim configurations. Renee.
All right, thanks everyone. I am going to share my screen here. The slideshow. All right. So I'm joined by Anne Frywald, who's with the Madison Parks Department as well. And I'm going to give a little bit more background on this project because I know for some of you, you've been here as we've talked about Vilas Park Drive before, and for some of you, you haven't. First off, I just want to mention that this is here tonight for input, but this proposal will be going to the next Board of Parks Commissioners for approval of an interim configuration of the street. Based on, we have a work group that has been discussing Vilas Park Drive over the winter and spring, and sort of the input that they've given is what we'll be talking about here tonight. This kind of started a couple different ways. One was we had what we called our Shared Streets program last year, which was a program to allow more space for social distancing for people walking and biking. During the pandemic, more people were doing that. There was a lot of concerns about like how you should distance when you're outdoors. So we started this program. Vilas Park Drive was close to motor vehicles a year ago, approximately, from kind of the Western Bridge near Edgewood, the tennis courts, if you're familiar with it, over to kind of the beach area on the east end. The program was paused for the winter. The closure or the reopening to motor vehicles went to the Board of Parks Commissioners for review, and they approved taking those down. There is a lot of access for the skating rink, things like that on the drive. So they took they said to take the barriers down, but to come back with a configuration. They also recommended the reduction of the speed to 15 miles per hour and to post some park user only signs on the drive, which did happen as well after the drive was reopened to motor vehicles. Now, there's also a master planning process, and if you have questions about that, Anne can definitely answer those, but it was recently approved. And it does call for a kind of a redesign of the area, how you reach the shelter, kind of the whole thing will look very different in the future. But that implementation is maybe 5+ years out. It's not in the capital budget for parks at this time. So that's why we're looking at what we can do kind of between now and then. This is kind of the current cross section for the street. If you're familiar with Vilas Park Drive, the western end by Edgewood, where you might enter the park. Currently, if you're driving a motor vehicle, that is one way. If you're biking, you can still go both ways. Obviously, walking, you can still go both ways. And then once you get more over to the zoo, the street is two-way for motor vehicles, shared space with bikes. There's a path that kind of ends, and the facilities kind of come and go throughout the park. Here's just a few pictures. The road surface is not in the greatest shape. We definitely heard this from the work group. Potholes, cracks, things that you kind of have to move around if you're biking, if you use a wheelchair, or some other mobility device. as I mentioned, kind of it's one way. The bridge is kind of a pinch point. It's a historic bridge. It's not very wide if you've been over there. And as I said, people do walk in the road. They might walk in the grass. There's this painted contraflow bike lane that's also used by people walking. So it's kind of, it's kind of in a mixed situation. Some things that just kind of for people who are not as familiar with it, kind of peak people driving. These things were done, these counts were done as part of the master plan pre-pandemic. But people were driving on weekdays, kind of in the morning and the afternoon. Weekends, it shifts more to the middle of the day. And during the master plan, really a lot of concerns about people driving through the park who were not stopping necessarily to use the park amenities, or maybe even just driving through and not, just parking to birdwatch or something like that they might do. There was only a one-day study done, but that did show very high levels of people passing through. On that study that they did pre-pandemic was April 24th. There were some speed studies done, and I will say these speed studies were done before the street was posted as 15. It actually wasn't posted at all, but the speed limit was 25. And so, kind of shows that, obviously it's a park setting. You want people 15. It feels like a much more appropriate speed. But they were sort of in the 24 to 30 mile per hour for the 85th percentile. And then they did look at walking and biking. Weekends were the peak times for that. But, obviously a lot of usage. There's a lot of amenities there for people who are walking and biking. So it's a popular place. All right. So now this was kind of, in talking this through with parks, we kind of had two concepts. One, and this is to get access to the shelter. Last year, obviously, the shelter was closed. Events were closed down, but people are taking reservations again. It did reopen a couple times for events last year, as you know, kind of things were very changeable last year. So they would like to have that access to the facilities still for people who are driving. So we looked at making it two-way, potentially, for driving in and out. And, something from traffic engineering was we were very worried about the pedestrian accommodations with sort of having two-way traffic. And Parks has made a commitment to some pedestrian improvements regardless of what happens. And you will see that more. But some of those desire lines, which are just kind of dirt paths right now, they would improve those, make them gravel paths that are more usable for people, even if it's raining, muddy, things like that, which is kind of an issue with the worn paths right now. So we were not recommending sort of this two-way traffic until Parks felt that they were able to make some better pedestrian accommodations. So they've been able to do that, which you'll see as we go through this. The option that we discussed as a work group was the idea of continuing the motor vehicle traffic kind of as it is with the one-way section, transitioning to two-way, but having some sort of protected area set aside for people walking and biking. The work group found that they really favored the two-way to the shelter and back for motor vehicles, and then not allowing through traffic anymore. Kind of shows what it would look like with an attempt to create this pedestrian walkway to ensure greater accessibility for everyone, including people who use mobility devices. But we will talk a little bit at the end. You'll have seen for the visually impaired, that is still going to be a challenge with this design. So here you would see we would have the two travel lanes, and then we would have this pedestrian way, bikes. This would be a kind of a shared space street where it would be more bike boulevard style, where cars and bikes were both sharing that travel lane. The buffer zone, we did talk quite a bit about the buffer zone in our work group. Would we have some sort of bollards or barrels or pavement markings? We can talk about that quite a bit. It does add expense. Some feeling that it didn't really have it didn't look very good in a park, as well as sort of the aesthetics. Right now, Parks is thinking of it would just be pavement markings that would be used on the road. And so it wouldn't truly have a protection, it would just be painted. So here we would have sharrows on the lanes for bikes, potentially some signage as well could be added. This just continues on. P7 is the parking for the shelter. And then once you get to the shelter, then this section here from that P7 parking lot through the stone bridge, this would just be restricted to people walking and biking. We talked about some different configurations in the work group. The one that found the most favor was the idea of having kind of 2 pedestrian zones on each side and bikes in the middle to set them up better for that transition out of the zone and back onto the street on each end. And then you have to get over the bridge, which is kind of the narrowest. And the idea would be that the bikes here would continue kind of in that middle zone, pedestrians on each side, setting everyone up kind of to transition after that back to either the sidewalk, there's a path, or into the street. And this is a little bit, Parks tried to put together a little bit of information on kind of the change in the parking, because this would require the removal of some parking. A total of 76 stalls would be removed over the course of this plan to create kind of that pedestrian walkway. And then Parks has said that they would do some evaluation of this, collect some data, and continue to sort of evaluate how it's working. And I think, Anne, did I miss kind of anything? I went through that kind of quickly.
No, I think you did a pretty good job there. I don't have anything to add.
All right, so I will just stop sharing for now, but I can go back to any of the images if people have questions.
Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Renee. Could you explain why option 1 was preferred? That was kind of a surprise to me.
You know, I think that there is a lot of concern, particularly with the pandemic coming to an end, about the cut-through traffic in particular, at sort of those peak rush hours as people start to return back to school and work. Had any other kind of...
Yeah. Alder Everts, I would invite you to comment on that. I remember your comments with regard to cut-through traffic last time we discussed this. So Chris, you may have some thoughts there as well.
Yeah, I'm glad to speak to that. Thank you. Traffic studies have done that during the peak commuting times, particularly in the mornings, but also in the afternoons, upwards of 200 cars an hour are going through. And these cars that are using Vilas Park Drive are not doing so because they are slowing down to enjoy the park. When they're cutting through during peak times, it's during rush hour traffic. And that's where it's most dangerous. And the result of the Shared Streets program during the pandemic was a revelation to people. They felt like they got the park back. The shoreline to Lake Wingber became something that families, the young children, that elderly people with walkers, but folks with all different abilities could enjoy. And as a result, it was by consensus and the recommendation of the Vilas Park Master Plan to implement a restricted no vehicular traffic on Vilas Park Drive as the ultimate goal, a recommendation that will be put into place at some point in the future. We're going to redesign that road so that it is not accessible for cut-through traffic. I have, in the past, have used Vilas Park Drive as a cut-through when I was in a hurry to get to the Beltline. I'm, got to get to the airport in 2 hours, and boy, I'm running late, and so this is quick. And when I'm not the only one, that is what Vilas Park Drive has become. It did not start out that way. I think it was part of the original Park and Pleasure Drive back when motor vehicle traffic was less and perhaps cars moved. They had a sense of that an automobile could be a way to enjoy a public amenity. It's clearly not that now. So the goal then, once the Parks Department had decided that because during the winter time, we needed to provide access to the park shelter for the ice skaters and the people who needed to get to the shelter, and also needed to have a solution, a long-term solution for when there were weddings and post-COVID, when people could, again, rent out the shelter. We needed to come up with an interim solution that both eliminated cut-through traffic and provided vehicular access to the shelter itself. And the best way to do that was to extend the two-way traffic from the east that already exists. There is already two-way traffic, but extend it to the shelter parking lot, thereby eliminating, though, the traffic from the west that was primarily cutting through. So I don't know, Chris, if that there was a strong push from constituents who really wanted to see this happen, working with the Parks Department. And this is the work that we came up with. And as the alder for the district, I think this has been broadly embraced by everybody in District 13. There's very little opposition to it.
Thanks. I don't know if Ann wanted to add to that. I think that's fine. One brief follow-up question then. So given that this is pretty much a glorified driveway now, does the city feel we've squeezed those lanes down enough to the point we feel safe?
The lanes will be 9 to 10 feet wide because the curb to curb varies a little bit, but so they'll be 9 to 10 feet wide with bicycles sharing the lanes with cars. So that is very narrow.
Thanks.
Okay. We do have a couple of people with their hands up. I was just informed that we have some public testimony here, which I didn't realize. So if people want to go ahead and, whoops, Harold, I think I just dropped your hand by mistake. Oops, Harold is next. Why don't we finish with comments because people had their hands up, and then we'll go to the public testimony. Go ahead, Harold. Sorry, I dropped your hand.
I would be happy to hear from the public first so that people don't have to stick around any longer and we might get valuable input.
Okay. If people don't mind, why don't we go ahead? And last I had checked, I didn't realize there were people signed up to speak on that. So I apologize. So why don't we go ahead and hear from them, and then we'll continue on. And Harold gets to go first because I messed up and put him down. So I put his hand down. So who do we have, Patrick?
Ann Rivlin supports, wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Ann.
Great, thank you. My name is Ann Rivlin. I live in Vilas, and I've been a member of a neighborhood group interested in improving safety on Vilas Park Drive since last year. I also have served as a resident member of the city working group on Vilas Park Drive since its formation. I wanted to start by saying how much I appreciate the work of parks and traffic engineering staff on this issue. There is high interest in making Vilas Park Drive safer for pedestrians and bicyclists that is shared by parks, traffic engineering, and many of the users of Vilas Park. However, I want to point out that this effort goes beyond just how the drive is used. Traffic on Vilas Park Drive affects how Vilas Park itself is used. During the Shared Streets program, the lack of traffic on Vilas Park Drive produced park use in previously neglected areas. Park users enjoyed the Lake Wingra shoreline in a whole new way. It was a vibrant part of the park in a way it had never been before. Once traffic resumed on Vilas Park Drive, people reduced their use of the park sections near Vilas Park Drive. In speaking today, I strongly support option 1 with two-way traffic from the east to the shelter lot because this option improves safety issues at both ends of Vilas Park Drive and enhances park users' overall ability to enjoy the shoreline. The drive has one end by Edgewood Avenue that includes a historic bridge. The bridge is lovely, but it's very narrow. Accommodating pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles in the limited space on the bridge is difficult. Pedestrians and bicyclists often do not feel safe sharing the bridge with vehicles, which are frequently traveling at high speeds and using the drive as a cut-through route, despite the newly posted speed limit of 15 miles per hour and park use only signs. The other end of Vilas Park Drive is by the zoo. At this end, there's no clear space for pedestrians and zoo visitors to walk, and frequent flooding limits the space available for pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles driving to the zoo or beach. Adding in the vehicles that are using the drive as a cut-through contributes to the safety risks at the zoo end of the drive. Option 1, as proposed by Parks and TE, is the only proposal that improves both ends of Vilas Park Drive. Creating a vehicle-free section that includes the historic bridge stops the pedestrian-bicyclist vehicle conflict at this pinch point and ends the use of the drive as a cut-through route. The planned pedway and buffer zone creates a clear space for pedestrians throughout the park, most importantly at the busy zoo end of Vilas Park Drive. The zoo end of Vilas Park Drive will also benefit from the end of cut-through traffic as it will reduce, at times substantially, the number of vehicles using Vilas Park Drive. I also think this option will allow people from around Madison and the surrounding areas to enjoy the lake shoreline in Vilas Park.
It's time.
Okay. Can you wrap up quickly,
Sure.
Ann?
I was just going to say thank you for your time, and I urge the Commission support of option 1, as well as any recommendations you may have based on your expertise to improve it. And I'm happy to answer any questions as you're discussing this issue.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have next? And then we'll go entertain questions for any of the members of the public.
Jim Lorman supports, wishes to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jim Lorman. I was the Greenbush representative on the master planning process on the Neighborhood Resource Group, and I've also been part of this ad hoc kind of work group looking at the interim solution. So I've been heavily involved in discussions on the Vilas Park Drive issues for a couple of years now. I'm not going to repeat Renee and Tag and Ann have done an excellent job of outlining the key issues. Just a couple of things. One is that the Greenbush neighborhood, we did a survey and there was really basically unanimous support for eliminating the cut-through traffic as occurred during the Shared Streets program on Vilas Park Drive. The only opposition to the proposal in front of you now, option 1, is that it doesn't go far enough to separate the pedestrian and bicycle traffic from the cars, and that cars would go further west than they had during the Shared Streets program to get to the shelter. But most of us feel this is a great compromise that allows access to all the park amenities by motor vehicles, and at the same time addresses the safety issues. And as importantly, as Ann pointed out, this is a park usage question, that the way that the park was used and the diversity of park uses and park users during the Shared Streets program was a dramatic change over what I've seen over my 40 plus years and living in this neighborhood. And clearly that was what prompted people to want to see that in the master plan. And what we're dealing with now is, what do we do between now and the time that the master plan can be implemented? So I understand that this did not need to come to the Traffic Commission, but some of us wanted it to get your advice on details that may make the option one safer and better for everyone. And so that's the key reason that we're hoping that you'll provide some of your advice and carrying this forward to the Park Commission. And I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions about my own experience later on.
Thank you very much, Jim. Who do we have next, Patrick?
The other registrant is in support but doesn't wish to speak and is available to answer questions. Her name is Catherine Jago.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's all the registrants.
Great, thanks. Does anybody have any questions for any of the members of the public? Okay, then we'll go back to Harold. It's you get to go first, Harold.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing from the public. Renee, could you pull up, maybe in the spirit of what Jim Lorman said about some of the details, to the slide that shows the new sidewalk, walkway, pedestrian accommodations?
So while he's pulling those up, I'll just be really clear. They are not sidewalks. There's two types of pedestrian accommodations here. One is the on-road, which is the pedway. And I just want to point out that even though the sidewalk, it does appear to be a sidewalk and that it seems to be elevated above the road level, that is just a function of the really cheap software I use to make these graphics. The pedestrian way will be on the level of the street. Why don't you go back to one of your photographs in your early existing conditions. There you go. Thank you. The one on the bottom right-hand side is an approximation we're talking about. So we'd have a buffer lane, and then the pedestrian walking would occur on the street. Now, over here on the left-hand side, we have about a 4 to 5 foot wide, someplace maybe a 6 foot wide gravel walkway that's above the elevation of the street, and that is what we have proposed to do. No matter which option we're selected, we have got the work crews lined up to put that in the parts of the park where we have the room and we have a cow path in the grass. So that would be, now Renee, if you could go ahead, scroll down a few slides. Here you go. Oops, go back. That one. Let's go back up a little bit more. One more. This shows the whole thing. There we go. So we would have this new gravel path would wrap around P3, parking lot 3, and then it would cross the road at the zoo entrance, and then it would pick up where that piece of sidewalk pavement ends, and there's a very deep cow path you can actually see on Google Earth. You can see it from space, essentially, running along parallel to that drive. And we will be putting in a gravel 5 foot wide, 6 foot wide gravel walkway there as well. And these are temporary solutions to kind of tide us over till we do the improvements for the master plan. The master plan tears up this entire facility and redesigns the road to be designed for two-way traffic and to accommodate bicycles and pedestrians. But that is a long way off.
Okay, yeah, I think that helped clarify some of my questions. And Renee, could you just go back? Sorry, could you go back to the slide with the P3 and that one, right? Yeah. So the bright yellow piece between P1 and P3 that was just there. So that would also be a gravel path, just to clarify that. Or is that in the roadway?
The bright yellow is where the pedestrians are on the road.
Okay.
And they walk on the road there currently. They'll actually have a little bit more room with what we're suggesting, because we're narrowing down the drive lane and we're getting rid of the parking that currently occurs from between the two stars. This is crosswalk.
Mm-hmm.
1 and P2. There's parking along the lakeside there, and that's all going to go away.
Okay. All right. I think I now have a good understanding of what the proposal in that area is. So, Renee, sorry if I missed that, but you pointed out early on in your presentation about some challenges related to accessibility and maybe for people with visual impairments. I mean, now seeing this, I mean, I guess I'm wondering, like, yeah, how does this work here? I guess people walking would have to cross twice in that P2, P3 area, which right now they do not have to. People with mobility devices, I guess, I mean, they might be able to use the gravel path depending on what the conditions are, but now they also have the narrower roadway. So maybe you can address that question a little bit.
Sure, and I don't know, Anne, if you want to jump in, obviously.
Yeah,
right
I guess what I'd say here is, and my drawing could have been a little bit better. You pointed out an error of my ways here. The cross section with the pedway that's shown, above, the cross section with the 6-foot wide pedway and the 3-foot wide buffer zone. And then we've got 2 10-foot wide lanes, 10-foot wide and 9-foot wide shared lane. That continues through the whole up to the shelter parking lot, right? So the pedestrian way is on road for the entire way. If they wish to get off the road, they may cross and use the gravel path.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
So
okay.
It was my bad for not continuing the yellow line all the way through there, because that cross section is consistent through the whole park.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That's clarifying. Yeah, I think that addressed some of my concerns. I mean, crossing movements are always difficult, and yeah, it does get very busy there, especially on weekends. The other question was, you mentioned this question of buffer, like painted buffer versus some sort of barrier. And I think if I understood it correctly, the challenge was aesthetics and winter maintenance.
Well, cost and aesthetics, and really the most difficult one is winter maintenance. We really can't have anything on this road that interferes with the plowing. And so the traffic barrels will be easy to put down, easy to take up, and be inexpensive. They also be ugly as hell. I mean, heck. Safe hits would be somewhat better aesthetically pleasing. And they would still communicate to folks how the road is functioning. The problem is you have to attach them somehow. And then you want to take them up for the winter plowing activities. And I have not found a good solution for how to put that down and take it up year after year.
Okay.
So, we ended up with just the pavement marking, and it would be 3 feet wide. So in a way, it's like the buffered, come to call it a pedestrian way, because it's like a buffered bike way. It's just the paint communicating to the street users how the road is functioning.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I mean, I think this makes sense to me. I mean, I think this is something to watch out for over time. Like, are people going to be tempted to park in the pedestrian way because there's only the painted buffer in there? That's something that can be addressed in the future. I think the winter snow clearing challenge, I mean, we have sidewalks that get cleared. We have on road parking protected bike lanes that we can clear. So I think it's an overcomable challenge, but since this is an intermediate solution, I mean, it seems fine to have the painted buffer for now. Keep an eye on it, see if it causes any issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about the parking spots that are being removed. Can you just confirm that the number of spots that will remain will still be sufficient for the capacity of the facilities that are there?
No, I cannot. I mean, we have parking problems there now.
Okay.
The height of the season during pleasant weekends when the zoo is full, when the park is full. So those 75 spots will be missed. There's about it, and that those cars will be in the neighborhood.
Do you know, Anne, just offhand, what I've only used that pavilion a couple of times. Do you know approximately what the capacity is?
For some reason, 100 comes to my mind.
Yeah, that would be.
I can find out exactly, but I do know that, if we don't have COVID going on, that is one of our more popular shelters, and it's rented out pretty much maximum every weekend. It's rented out as much as we can. We don't have empty spaces. If you want that shelter, get in line.
Yeah.
I would say about 100, Bridget. That might be wrong. It's 75.
Okay. And so what I'm hearing you say is parking's already an issue. It's not like we can really separate folks who are just using the park from people who are using the shelter. This will possibly it will exacerbate the issue, but it's not a new issue.
That is right. The parking has always been an issue there. The master plan, I think, if we build it out the way we planned it, we'll lose about 40 stalls. And this effort here, this interim design, will lose 75 stalls, almost twice as many as we were planning on losing in the master plan.
And would the master plan
the reason for that is because, I'm sorry.
Would the master plan be additional stalls beyond this?
No. When the master plan is built out, it'll actually add stalls back in.
Okay. Thanks, Anne.
Yep. And I can explain where those stalls went to if people are interested in that level of detail.
Did you want to know why there are extra parking stalls missing, Bridget?
Nope. I can imagine what the situation is.
Okay. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thanks to the neighborhood and Alder and Parks for really working together to find, an agreeable solution. So I want to follow up because Renee, I did hear you say that that there were concerns about how to address the needs of folks with vision impairment, and I just dug into my email and had found an email thread from the director at Access to Independence, who had a board member who raised some concerns about pedestrian safety for people who are blind and visually impaired with the plan around crosswalk issues. And there was a mention of an APS, which I'm having trouble imagining where that would be. So can you articulate a little bit more from your perspective what some of the challenges might be for folks with vision impairment?
Sure, and Anne can jump in too, because we did discuss this at our work group. Obviously what we're talking about is not necessarily, this wouldn't have detectable warning fields.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's just paint.
Right. That's what I want. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
To be fair though, Denise, just to point out, Renee, to be fair with everyone, is that the current situation is very similar. A lot of folks walk along in that counterflow bike lane used as a pedestrian way. They even walk in the car with the cars and traffic out there a beautiful day in March with one of our work group members and walk the park. And I'd say 90% of the people in the park were walking in the road. So currently that is a current condition. That isn't any
right.
The only difference is now we'll have two-way traffic. For the majority of the road, we currently have one-way traffic.
Yep. Yes, it isn't necessarily, I wouldn't say like we're making it worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's not the level of improvement would be ultimately desirable and would happen with the master plan implementation.
Great. That was my next question is, how I'm assuming and would ask that it be addressed with the master plan so that the park is really usable by all Madisonians, because right now it's not getting worse, but it's certainly not going to be better in the interim, it sounds like.
Yeah. I mean,
is there any way to put because I know the snowplow issue and stuff, but is there any way to kind of put any tactile guide in on those edges, where you would have the paint?
I looked into truncated domes, and they're not really made for that kind of use where you'd run them
for long distances,
long ways, parallel to the curb.
Mm-hmm.
you do have to really glue them down. I mean, they have to be attached to the pavement. So we would have to, and then when the plow comes along, it's just going to tear them all up.
Yep.
Every year, over and over again, and they're thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. Parks has about $40,000 or $50,000 to spend on this improvement. And I did want to, and I think Renee did go over the traffic counts a little bit, but she did say that it was a 1 day count. So we did do a 1 day count where they counted the traffic in and out, and that was on April 24th, pre-pandemic, 2019. I think you also mentioned it was during the pandemic, so that is incorrect. It was pre-pandemic, and there was a high percentage, 95%, 96% of the people who were watched during that 1 day count went in and out of the park within 15 minutes. Then we did do a traffic speed study from November 7th to November 15th by MSA. And just to give you a sense of what kind of traffic we're talking about there, the ADT in that study was between 1,575 and 1,700 a day. And then we did another study in August 12th through August 16th. These are all 2019 numbers, so pre-pandemic. And the ADT was similar to that, around 1,500 a day. So just giving you a sense of how much traffic we're talking currently in the existing condition. And we expect to have approximately about the same amount of traffic, but it won't be through traffic. It won't
be through, yeah.
And exiting from the east.
Yeah, I think I'm still concerned about that access issue, for folks with any form of visual impairment, which, includes many of our elders. So, and I don't have a good solution for you because obviously the truncated bumps are, they're not viable. It still concerns me. I love the plan and the interim. I really support it. It's just thinking about the access for, some of our more vulnerable users. And yeah.
Sure, Denise.
Well, maybe Denise, you can continue the conversation with Renee and Ann and Tag and others and any ideas that you have. I will be happy to do that so we don't take time now. But yeah, if we can kind of stay engaged in that as you're moving forward, that would be awesome. Yeah. No, I'm not meaning to cut you off, but you said you didn't have any solutions now, but if you do have ideas, please share them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have other questions at this point, Denise?
Nope, I'm all good. Thank you so much.
Okay, Bill, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee, could you bring up the slide with that? I'm not sure what you call it, but where all the P's are, and what I want to discuss is the gravel path. Let me also just say why Renee is doing that I fully support this option. I think it's I think it's excellent. I really do. I think it's for an interim solution, this is going to work. Okay, in the bottom left-hand corner where it says gravel path, and I think maybe my concern is the devil is in the details on what that gravel path is going to be composed of, because that could be problematic for people in wheelchairs if it's not constructed.
It's not. We are not building an ADA accessible.
So that's not going to be accessible then for a wheelchair either. Then
it will not be accessible.
Oh, that's a concern. That's a concern. So people with wheelchairs, where will they go?
They will be. They currently use the pavement. They will continue to use the pavement.
They'll be in that pedway.
They'll be on the other side.
Yeah, and can you repeat what you said earlier about that yellow line continuing on for Bill?
Right. So that the pedway on the zoo side continues throughout the entire length, all the way to the parking lot. You go one more slide past the this 40 slide. Keep going. This one here. Yep. Oh, go back. So this is where Harold pointed this out to me, and thank you for that. This cross section with the 6-foot wide pavement on the zoo side continues all the way to the P7 shelter lot. And then we are putting in this gravel pathway, which will accommodate some pedestrians, but will not accommodate all pedestrians, will not accommodate, it will not be handicap accessible.
I see. Yeah, and I think this is not just this project alone. It's this, we see this throughout the city on projects where people put in gravel and call it a sidewalk, and it's not. It's not going to be accessible for people with wheelchairs. Their chairs will not go through that, and they're going to get stuck. So I'm glad to see that you have at least to have an alternative on the other side and do that. So I think there are certain kinds of material. Have you ever experimented with different types of gravel formulations as far as the ability to compact it? So it's DNR has some really good specs, I think, for their bike trails that for most of the time they're well compacted and I think could support a wheelchair. So
this will be compacted. I'm not so much worried about the surface as the sloping and all the grading work. We don't have a lot of money, and this is a temporary solution. So I'm hesitant to spend a lot of money on this because, as I said before, when the master plan is implemented in 5 to say 6 years or so, maybe 7, we're going to tear this all up again. And it just breaks my heart. So I'm trying to do something here that will function between now and then, and it's not going to function ideally. We actually had a person named Martha who is a neighbor to the park and was involved in the master planning process. She was involved in the work group here. She is in a chair and she has a daughter in a chair, and they use the pavement they use the counterflow lane that I showed you earlier. And that's where she'll continue to go. And the pavement is in such terrible condition that it makes it really hard for her sometimes. And she has to go out into the drive lane to get around some of the potholes and the pavement imperfections out there right now. And I feel terrible about that. But I don't know what to say. We just can't tear up this pavement, put down new asphalt, and then tear it up again when we build a master plan.
Okay. Well, I'm disappointed in that the gravel path is not really going to be as successful, I think, as it could be. And I don't know what the difference in cost of different gradations of gravel.
Again, it's not the material. The material will probably use very similar material to what DNR uses on there.
But there may be some water.
It's the grading, right? It's the slope.
Yep. Okay.
Both the cross slope and the longitudinal slope.
Sure. You're going to maybe have some sags and things, vertical sags. It's where there may be some water ponding and so forth. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Sure, Bill.
Hey, Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. Really supportive of all these recommendations. Really great job, everybody. Clearly, there are some constraints that can't get worked around with this interim project, but I think it looks really good from my perspective. A couple quick detailed suggestions. One on the two-way section, the two-way motor vehicle section. It wasn't clear to me if the proposal is to have center lane markings or not, but I think it might work better without. Generally, you get slower speeds when you don't have that center line marked. So I'm not sure if that was talked through already, but I think that would be my suggestion. And also, I think Chris asked if you could go even any skinnier with it. And I think if the goal is to really keep speeds down to 15, I would certainly think it'd be worth considering cheating that a little bit and bringing it down to 18 or kind of whatever you need to give a little bit. Another foot or two to pedestrian way would be, I think, really welcomed. And I think you could get by at slow speeds with 18 feet or less. The question about kind of that buffer area, totally get the point about the snow plowing. one thing to think about, I'm assuming once the master plan is implemented, there will be an increased maintenance cost. I'm assuming there will be a separated headway then that will need to be maintained separately. And so if that assumption is right, maybe Alder Evers needs to think about asking for a budget amendment for that incremental cost so that we could actually just have the pedway maintained separately over the next 5 years before it's reconstructed, because that would then allow for the vertical barriers, could be something nice like planters or something that could really provide, I think, a better sense of separation there. So if that maintenance question could be resolved, that might be a big improvement. And then the last comment I had was on the bridge. I don't know if that was literally 20 feet rail to rail. If it is, I would probably recommend cheating the bike lanes and making that only 8 feet for the bikes and giving an extra foot to the headway on both sides.
Yeah, I measured it in the wall to wall, inside, and it's 20 feet.
Yeah, so I think I think two-way bikes without having to share it with PEDs, we can get by with 8, and then give 6 to each side for the pedestrians, because that they're not going to be able to. You can't really walk right up to the railing anyway. So I think that might be a little bit more comfortable for the PEDs through that very short stretch. But everything looked really great. Thanks for all the hard work on it, everybody.
I would let TE, I guess, make a recommendation about whether we should use a center line there or not, because I am a park expert, not a traffic expert. But we do have a situation here. We've got a one-way road. It's been one way for over 50 years, and we're now making it 2 lanes, and we don't have a center line. I'm afraid that people are going to treat it as a one-way. We'll have head-on crashes. I would be very concerned about that, Alder Foster. I'm used to it being a 2-way. I don't know. I personally would go without a center line, but as I said, I'm a park planner, not a traffic engineer.
I'm assuming the Shero are going to be put down on there as they show on the plan, and if that's the case, that would give that really clear bidirectional indication. But even though it's got the bikes, I think it would be you could really clearly indicate the 2-way nature. But yeah, I think TE can look at that when they're getting their details sorted out.
Okay, thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Just a quick response to that last point on the 2-way traffic. Anyone who is going in the conventional direction will have already entered through the new direction. So I think everyone should be aware that it's 2-way.
Good point, Chris.
Okay, thanks. Alder Evers, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, and thanks for catching the vision for this. What we talked about in our work group is that the traffic behavior in the park will now differ than it was before when it was used as a kind of a cut-through drive. It'll be the traffic behavior more like a large parking lot or a traffic behavior of those whose destinations is in fact Vilas Park. So if you think about the ways that the cars move in a large, say, Home Depot parking lot, that where there are, families and people with carts and wheelchairs and everybody, you notice people slow down considerably. That's the idea that the shared use path then becomes more almost self-policing. But I also think that signage can play a big role in this, in that other cities who have done similar things with their parks have shifted to this type of, removing through traffic through a section, have used signage creatively, and I would encourage Parks Department to do that. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Alder Evers. Any other comments? A lot of great feedback here. Renee, Ann, any questions for anybody? Had a great discussion.
Yeah, I would just say thanks. I mean, I think, it's helpful. The work group was going to meet again. And as I said, this will go to the Board of Parks Commissioner on May 12th.
Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I would. Is it appropriate to make a motion that the Transportation Commission recommends to the Board of Parks Commissioners to accept option 1 with some of these additions that we have talked about, considerations for accessibility, reconsidering the lane widths, and I don't remember, there was something else. So if that would be appropriate, I would like to make that motion. It might be helpful for the Board of Park Commissioners.
Would you be comfortable with it being as general as saying the Transportation Commission recommends to the Board of Park Commissioners to accept option 1, along with some of the recommendations that were discussed with staff this evening, because there were quite a number of them, Harold, and I'd be afraid if we tried to list them all out, we might miss them. But I don't want to overly influence your motion either.
No, that is totally acceptable. I mean, we have Renee and we have Anne on the call, so I trust them, and we have all the Evers and members of the work group. So that sounds like a fine way to make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Chris?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to recommend to that the Transportation Commission recommends to the Board of Park Commissioners to accept option 1, along with some of the recommendations as made by members of the commission to staff this evening. Any further discussion? Okay, we will assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to abstain or object. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you so much for all the work. That was a lot of great discussion, and we'll look forward to further enjoying it as it moves forward. Okay, so we'll move on to item 10, which is 20 is plenty. As usual, we'll have a staff presentation. Patrick says that we do have some public testimony, so let's have the staff presentation first, then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have discussion.
All right.
So, Jeremy, are you doing this one?
I'm doing this one, correct.
Great, go ahead.
Share my screen, get this set up real quick. All right, can everyone see this all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Looks like it. All right. I'm Jeremy Nash. I'm with Traffic Engineering. I'm here today to talk about 20 is plenty. So to start off, what is 20 is plenty? The general idea behind 20 is plenty is that 20 miles per hour is an appropriate speed limit for residential streets. And the program's looking at residential streets and neighborhood streets, not every street in the city of Madison. But the general idea, I'm sure many of you have seen a diagram similar to this. But if there were to be a pedestrian versus vehicle collision, the vehicle's traveling 20 miles per hour, there's a 13% likelihood of fatality or severe injury. At 30 miles per hour, this increases to 40% of fatality or severe injury. And if the vehicle's traveling 40 miles per hour, this increases to 73% of likelihood of fatality or severe injury. So it's clear that the faster the vehicle is going, the higher the likelihood of fatality or severe injury, which is why 20 miles per hour is an appropriate speed limit. So I want to touch on the dangers of speeding. If your speeding increases the stopping distance, this is due to two different factors. If I were to be driving down the road at a fast rate of speed and a basketball would roll onto the street, the faster I'm traveling, the more distance I'll travel before I even kind of react to it, before I'm able to see it and then start hitting the brake. Before my foot even hits the brake, I'll have traveled more distance if I'm traveling at a greater rate of speed. And then once I begin to slow down, it'll take me even greater distance to slow down the faster I'm going. So that's kind of a two-factor reason. There's also greater potential for loss of control and steering, especially within our Wisconsin winters, a higher degree of crash severity, and decreased field of vision. In the diagram below, you can see if you're traveling 15 miles per hour, you have a lot of peripheral vision. You can see what's going on around you. Versus if you're going at a faster rate of speed, say 30 or 40 miles per hour, you're much more focused on what's directly ahead of you and not really as aware of what's right directly around you. So what's the need for 20 is plenty within Madison? In 2020, the city of Madison received 116 requests for traffic calming. It's worth noting that's up from previous years, in part due to COVID. People are around their residences more often, more during the day and seeing what's happening during the day. And also pedestrian versus vehicle crashes is up by 46% from 2009 to 2018, and that's across the country. That's a trend we don't want to see continue here in Madison. We want to do everything we can to combat that. So other cities have either taken in the 20 is Plenty initiative or something similar. New York lowered the default speed limit from 30 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour citywide. That's New York City. That was in 2014. Seattle lowered the default speed limit from 25 to 20 miles per hour in residential areas in 2016. We met with them a few weeks ago, and they had some interesting data to share. So you can see all crashes. So this is locations where they had a 25 mile per hour speed limit and then reduced it to 20 miles per hour and did kind of before and after studies. So all crashes went down by 22% and injury crashes went down by 18%. And also the speeds, the 50th percentile went down by roughly 10%, the 85th percentile went down by roughly 7%. But then the number of speeders who were going 40 plus miles per hour went down by 54%. And as I touched on earlier, those speeders going in that category have the highest likelihood of fatality or severe injury to the pedestrian. So that was a substantial reduction in that category. Cambridge, Massachusetts lowered the default speed limit from 30 to 25 miles per hour, the default speed limit, and then to 20 miles per hour in residential areas in 2016. Portland, Oregon lowered the default speed limit from 25 to 20 miles per hour in residential areas in 2018. And Minneapolis, a fellow Midwest city, lowered the speed limit in residential areas from 25 to 20 miles per hour. That was just last year. So how does 20 is Plenty connect to Vision Zero? This is a paragraph I got from the City of Madison Vision Zero website. I want to focus on the second half of that. Improve pedestrian and bike safety for all users throughout the city and improve the identified high injury intersections, all in an effort to prevent avoidable fatal crashes. And as I touched on earlier, the lower the speeds, the less the severity of the crashes. So it's kind of a clear connection there. And below is something I got from the Department of Transportation website, just kind of showing that local municipalities do have the authority to lower speed limits. So what's the timeline for 20 is Plenty? Winter and spring of 2021, we're in the planning phase. It's where we're at right now. The summer of 2021 will be implementation of phase 1, and I'll touch on phase 1 and phase 2 in just a second. Fall and winter of 2021 will be evaluating phase 1, and spring of 2022 would be when we'd be looking at beginning phase 2. Just want to briefly touch on the committee meeting schedule. I went to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board on April 19th, as well as the Board of Public Works on April 21st. I'm here in front of you today, April 28th. And also potentially May 12th if there's any more information needed or if you'd like me to come back. And below is a picture from Boston. And I thought that was just an interesting kind of example to show as you turn off an arterial street, major street into this neighborhood, you can see there's the two-sided signing bracketing the roadway. There's the yellow kind of warning signs letting people know it's a slower zone. So I just thought that was an interesting example of how Boston handled it. So going back to the phase 1, for phase 1, we're looking at 2 different locations within the city. We had the Vision Zero Task Force stakeholders meeting a while back, and at that point in time, we're looking at a couple individual streets within the city, but they'd recommended looking at either larger sections or whole neighborhoods. So we responded to the feedback from them and tried to increase the size of the area we're looking at. We're looking at starting in June of 2021. And we want to get as much speed data as we can beforehand. I think it'd be really good to have as much data as we can possibly get. So I want to do a lot of speed studies in the areas selected before we make any changes. So before changing any signs, get as much data about kind of where things stand currently, and then do further speed studies to see how the speed limit changes affect the area. And also we want to have neighborhood and older support. That's very important too. 20 is Plenty. Then looking at phase 2, that'd be the further implementation across the city. We'll be looking at the beginning of the spring of next year, 2022. And before we do that, we'll be evaluating phase 1 for potential improvements, kind of look at what worked, what didn't, and how we can improve on it. So these are a list of criteria that we looked at for selecting locations in phase 1 for this year. First was equity. I mentioned we were looking at 2 different locations across the city. The first location, we're looking at something on the isthmus or closer to the isthmus, where you see greater volumes of pedestrians and bicyclists and vehicles kind of sharing this or using the same street. But then the second location, we're looking at an NRT area, neighborhood resource team area, to kind of meet the needs of all citizens of Madison and also kind of get some different experiences. And I think the wider variety of experiences we get within phase one will ultimately help us. Also speeding, where there's currently speeding issues. Logical geographic area. By that, I mean, there'd be kind of an intuitive sense for a driver as they're entering into an area, into a neighborhood off of a major street. They'd get a feel, okay, I'm in a 20 is plenty area, your speed limit is lower. And then as you're exiting that area, you kind of, okay, I'm leaving that area. So that's what I mean by logical geographic area. And also a variety of street designs. That's something, as I kind of mentioned, we want to cast as wide as we can and get as much different experiences as we can and as much data as we can. So whether it's, wide streets, narrow streets, on-street parking, one-sided parking, if there's any existing traffic calming, like speed humps or traffic circles, bump outs, that kind of thing. I think the wider variety of experiences we can get within phase one will ultimately help us with phase two. So those four were kind of used to initially kind of narrow down some areas, and we selected 12 different areas from those criteria. And then moving forward, we looked at the number of crashes in those areas, the total area, number of parcels, the land use. A later addition was the presence of construction projects in 2021. And that was added in because when a neighborhood street is reconstructed, typically it's closed to through traffic, and residents of that street can still get into their property, but through traffic is not allowed typically, and therefore that traffic gets displaced into another street. And we want to kind of study an area where there is normal traffic flow, and a presence of construction project would kind of disrupt the normal traffic flow in that area. Also, the percent of blocks without sidewalk, the percent of blocks with bike routes or bike boulevards, the percent of blocks in the interim higher injury network, the presence of schools, libraries, parks, and other generators of pedestrian activity, and once again, neighborhood support and alder support. So these are the 12 different locations across the city that were initially, kind of on the list we were looking at, and I'll go through each location and kind of zoom in on that, so you only look in too closely at your screen. But the areas outlined in red are the areas not associated with an NRT, and the areas with a blue outline are areas that contain part or all of one or multiple NRT areas. So I'll go through each one. The first 6 will be the non-NRT areas, and the next 6 will be the areas that involve NRT. And I have information and spreadsheets for each page, but after all of these, I do have it all in one big spreadsheet, so you have to worry about memorizing each little detail. But just to quickly move through each of the areas, first one is Dungeon Monroe, District 13. This would not include Monroe Street, include areas northwest of Monroe Street, as well as Woodrow and Arbor Drive and the ones south of Monroe Street. There were 36 crashes in the last 5 years. No construction projects in 2021, but it is worth mentioning that the path will be getting constructed. So that would be a total of about 2 weeks, I believe, of construction later this year that would involve detouring the bicycles there. 6% of blocks without sidewalks, 6% of blocks have bike route or bike boulevard. There are generators of pedestrian activity in this area. Bay Creek was another area looked at, a little bit bigger than the previous option. There are 59 crashes within the last 5 years. Primarily residential, no construction projects. 23% of the blocks are bike routes or bike boulevards, and 7% of the blocks are in the high injury network. Marquette, District 6, there were 71 crashes in the last 5 years. Primarily residential, 7% of the blocks without sidewalk, 16% of the blocks, the bike boulevard or bike routes. It's worth noting this is the lake loop, goes through here, runs right along the lake. And yes, there are generators of pedestrian activity. Tenny Lapham, District 2, there were 98 crashes there over the last 5 years. All blocks had sidewalk. 33% of the blocks had bike routes and bike boulevards, and 24% of the blocks were within the interim high injury network. Shank Atwood, District 6. This is the largest area we looked at. 86 crashes over the last 5 years. 2% of the blocks without sidewalks, so most of it has sidewalks. It's worth noting that the lake loop does run along this area as well. There are 2 construction projects in this area, though. The Jennifer Russell Elena project, as well as the Dunning Jackson La Follette project. The Dunning Jackson La Follette is up in the northern section of this area, whereas the Jennifer Elena Russell is in the southwest. It's a little hard to compartmentalize those out of this area. And finally, the Emerson East had 58 crashes over the last 5 years. This one also has a construction project. East Johnson is getting resurfaced in this area. There is a couple schools in this area, so generates pedestrian activity. Every block had sidewalks. 22% of the blocks were within the high injury network. And now to look at the areas that incorporate part or all of an NRT. The Hamlin-Lee Teresa one, District 10 and District 20. There are 47 crashes over the last 5 years. 21% of the blocks without sidewalk, 11% of the blocks with bike routes and bike boulevards, and yes, generators of pedestrian activity. South Side, District 14, there are 72 crashes over the last 5 years. Mixed land use, roughly 10% of the blocks without sidewalk, 19% have bike routes or bike boulevards, and 19% as well in the number of blocks in the high injury network. Broadway and Lake Point, District 14, 14 crashes over the last 5 years. 60% of the blocks did not have sidewalk, which is substantially higher than many of the other options. 19% of the blocks with bike routes or bike boulevards. The Lake Loop also goes through here. And yes, generators of pedestrian activity. North Thompson and Glacier Hill, District 17. There were 10 crashes here over the last 5 years. 29% of the blocks without sidewalk. And I put 0% of blocks for bike routes and bike boulevards because I'm not proposing changing the speed limit on North Thompson Drive. So that is a bike route, but we would not be looking at changing the speed limit there. Aberg and Commercial, District 12, 17 crashes over the last 5 years. Primarily residential, 11% of blocks have bike routes or bike boulevards. Yes, they're generators of pedestrian activity, and 4% of the blocks are in our interim high injury network. And finally, Northport, there are 30 crashes over the last 5 years. Mixed land use, 26% of the blocks have bike routes or bike routes or bike boulevards, and 7% of the blocks are in our interim high injury network. So now here's kind of the spreadsheet all put together. So as you can see, Tenny Lapham had the highest number of crashes with 98, followed by Shank-Atwood. And it's worth noting that the Shank-Atwood has a substantially higher area than the other locations we looked at. Between all of these, I think the strongest candidates are Marquette and Tenny Lapham. My opinion is that Marquette would be the best option due to the variety of street uses or street designs, as I mentioned, kind of give us a little more experience within phase 1. But Tenny Lapham would also be a strong candidate as well. And Marquette also has the lake on one side and the river on another side. So I kind of mentioned the intuitive feel that you're in a 2020 area. So Marquette would also have that. Looking at the NRT areas, the south side had the highest number of crashes. I met with Tarek earlier this week from the mayor's office. He's involved with many of the NRTs, or all the NRTs, I apologize. And after talking with him, I feel the strongest candidate would be Hamlin-Lee and Teresa, and he also agreed. Some of the feedback I got from him was that the NRT leaders have received feedback about speeding and traffic complaints in this area, and feel that if they were to participate in the 2020 program, they'd be very willing and happy. And he feels that the city would be responding to a need of the area. So that was our preference, and that'd be the one I'd be recommending for the second location. And it's a couple of last slides. How to evaluate phase 1. I mentioned earlier the speed studies to compare data before and after. In the bottom right, you can see some data from Portland's 2020 program. So the majority of the locations, the speeds went down by 2 to 4 miles per hour. You can see a handful of locations, the speeds stayed the same. In a handful of locations, the speeds actually went up. And this is comparing, these are areas that were 25 miles per hour, then moved to 20 miles per hour. And so they did studies beforehand, gathered as much data as possible, and then here's what it's compared to afterward. So that's why I'd like to capture a variety of street designs. I feel like it'd be very interesting and beneficial for us to see if some areas it's speeds go down, some areas speeds go up potentially. So it just becomes give us a little more information to work with. Also survey residents, get their feedback. I can go visit area and take a look around or stay for a prolonged period of time. But I think residents are the ones who see the most going on in the neighborhood, have the best feel for kind of the current state of the neighborhood and everything. So I think working with the neighborhoods would be very important. And also what worked and what didn't. I mentioned the street design characteristics, but kind of just get as much data as we can and reflect on, kind of evaluate phase 1 before moving into phase 2. So we have as much data to work with as possible. In the bottom left, I just thought that was an interesting technique that Seattle uses is as you enter the city, it just says, the speed limits are 25 on arterial streets or 20 and non-arterial unless otherwise posted. But that was one way that, that Seattle had kind of, communicated to vehicles entering the city that unless otherwise posted, here are the default speed limits. And finally, public outreach. I think working with the neighborhoods and the alders will be very important to this. So we do information campaign, mailings to neighborhoods, whether that's physical mail or email, public meetings, both so to communicate what 20 is plenty is, but also to get people to understand the driving force behind it is safety, and get them to understand the importance of 20 is plenty. And one tool that other cities have used are yard signs. This is, for example, the one on the right is from Minneapolis. And something that communicates as you're, if you're driving down the street, it'd be kind of clear, the message on the sign is clear, 20 is plenty. But let's say you're out walking your dog or, you're not familiar with the neighborhood, you could stop and there's, more resources on the bottom. You can go to a website to get more information, and possibly some contact information. So I think that'd be a beneficial tool within 20 is plenty. And with that, I'd like to open up for questions.
Yeah, before we do that, Jeremy, we do have some public comment that I'd like to do before we get to the questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the public comment is just one person that's in support but doesn't wish to speak.
Okay, great to know that. So comments or questions, and we have a couple of options this evening. Just let me paint the picture first, and that is we have enough information and enough discussion. We can make a decision this evening on the 2 areas that we recommend and approve. If we feel that we need additional information, we can request that information and then have it come back to the Transportation Commission on May 12th. So Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited to have this in front of us. I think, as you have said in the presentation, this has shown to be working in many places around the nation. I mean, a while back, I was still skeptical about why would just changing the signs actually change speeds? So we need to change the character of the speed. Do we maybe need to have enforcement? But I think the data is pretty clear that yes, this actually does have a positive impact at a very, very low cost to the city. So this is absolutely something that I support. I have a couple of questions that may influence my feeling ready to make a decision tonight. So this is only for residential streets, so not arterial collector streets, but they...
Sorry, go ahead. This would be directly for local or specifically for local and neighborhood streets.
Local and neighborhood streets, okay. And so when you put together the metrics for the potential candidates and you present the crash data, I mean, does that exclude the streets that will not have the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit?
Yes, that is correct. So for example, the south side one, I did not. It goes, covers Park Street, but we would not be touching. It would not be affecting the speed limit on Park Street, and so I did not take the crashes on Park Street into consideration or into account.
So you did not take them into account. Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that because we wouldn't expect to see an improvement in crashes if you don't make an actual change to that street. So that's I'm glad to see that. I think in a way, do you have any information if other cities who implemented that, did they also use the staged approach where like you try in 1 or 2 neighborhoods and then we expand versus like rolling it out widely? It seems like some cities have rolled it out across the whole city. Because why I'm asking is, I mean, in a way, we already have so much information from other places that this works. And so, why do we have to reinvent the wheel and have this very slow rollout if we could reap the benefits from this much more quickly?
I know when we talked with Seattle, they mentioned they specifically focused on their urban villages, was their terminology. They'd focus on those areas first and kind of implemented in those areas and then started making more broad changes.
Yeah, so I'll add a little bit to that. So that's actually that's an excellent question. So I think the decision for us to do phase 1 this year and citywide rollout next year is not because we have doubts over the program and we need to experiment it and or reinvent the wheel. The decision is mostly because of a reality. Because for a citywide program, it requires a lot of things to be in place, like a budgeting, like logistics. We need to get many signs changed, and we need let people know the public engagement, and we also need to go through a legislative process to get a city ordinance changed officially for a citywide program. So all of those will take a lot of time, and the earliest time possible would be sometime next year. But before that, we would like to take advantage of the program so that at least a couple of neighborhoods can benefit from it sooner, and also it will give us some idea, some experience about what the signing needs and what type of signs may work best. Those are sort of knowledges for citywide program. So that's the reason that we are kind of doing a phase 1 smaller program this year and the citywide program in the future. I also want to add a little bit about I think another question that's regarding, I forgot actually what the question was. Suddenly skipped my mind, but I'll bring it up when if I thought about it. But that's regarding your first question. I kind of suddenly forgot what I want to say. Sorry about it.
Ralph, was there anything that he left unanswered that you could prompt him with?
I think my question was answered, so I'm all good. But if it comes back to you, feel free to mention.
Oh yeah. Now I know the question. What I want to add. So I think the question is that whether this is for writing the streets on it. Jeremy's right. So the 20 default speed limit is meant for writing the streets, but that doesn't mean that we're going to stop. Beyond these neighborhood streets. So for local streets, collector streets, we're going to look at the reducing the speed one by one on an individual basis through other programs. Just like the Vision Zero project list that this body just approved has a lot of speed reduction on arterial streets. But those, it's going to be every street will be different, and it's going to be hard to set a default speed for all of them. So we're going to take them on individual basis.
Thank you.
Okay, Ken, you're next.
So I don't have any objection to 20 is plenty and all that kind of stuff. I just don't think you should go forward and say that you're going to have data that shows this. When I looked at the numbers and the places, I'm assuming that these crashes are everything from car crashes involving no injury, car crashes involving injury but no pedestrian, car crashes involving pedestrians. There are all three of those, right?
That is correct, yes.
And so if what your main push is that you're reducing injuries and or you're reducing injuries with pedestrians, from a statistical percentage, you just simply don't have the numbers that you're going to be able to do anything. Because even in the place where you had one that had 72 over 5 years. That's like 1.2 accidents. And my guess is accidents involving injury or per month and accidents involving injury are probably 20% of those. And your variable from year to year is so great that you really won't be able to have enough numbers within the first year to tell us anything statistically. So again, I don't mind doing it. I just don't think that either you or even Seattle and other places that I've looked at really put out the data that show this. I mean, so anyway, so go ahead and do it, but I don't think we're doing enough of it to really be able to say we can evaluate this in 12 months and to come up with some conclusion because your baselines are just so low.
Tom, you raised your hand and I'm assuming you have an answer. So Alder Harrington McKinney, I'm not bypassing you, but Tom, if you have an answer to that, go ahead.
Ken, I think you have a very good point that it takes a relatively large sample size to have a statistically significant, result regarding crashes. However, we can measure speeds, and our ability to measure speeds is a little bit increased because now we're able to use probe data, which is from cell phones and the like. And so I totally agree with you. The variation from year to year and month to month in such a small area, as far as safety, it's very difficult to have a statistically significant result on does it make a difference or not. I do believe that we can measure mean speeds on some of these streets, and that could be a surrogate to how safe those streets are.
So I'm just going from a marketing perspective, Tom and Jeremy. I agree that you can measure the speed, and you obviously have enough traffic on all those places that you can have a statistical thing. I just don't think that we should market it as we're going to have data that shows injury reduction with this small of a sample. You know what I mean? So just clarify when you're marketing that we're going to use speed as a surrogate, but we're not going to necessarily, because you could, I don't think it would happen, but you could easily have a fluky year where you would have an increase. You know what I mean? Just because the baseline is just so low.
Yeah, and actually it's not fluky. Many Vision Zero cities are having increases, and it is leading to just the concern that you're raising, Ken. So I think everything that you're saying is very good points. So,
okay, thank you, Ken. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Wow, thank you so very much. And I appreciate you indulging me. Let me first, and I do have some questions. Let me first say that in 2015 in my district, there was a cyclist crash that ended in a fatality. And so I absolutely support the Vision Zero. I just had problems with Whitney Way, and I needed to get that out because I hardly ever abstained, but that was the reason. The other piece that I highlighted through 2020 is plenty is that the information that I was looking for of the 12 that were selected, there are 20 districts, and how did you arrive at the 12 selected? Was it purely, and this is something that has gone before this body before, please indulge me. How did you select the 12? And when I looked at the crash data, in some districts there were 2, some were 1, and there was a variation of the number of crashes. So I was not able to track, how you arrived at the selection of the 12. And then the other question I had is, how did you arrive at the selection of the two, the one I could see, but the one that goes counter to what you said your criteria was is when you looked at the NRT areas, and the one that you selected had 47 crashes, and there was the south side one that had 72. And I hear that you talked with Tarek, but this contradicts your matrix. And could you speak to that?
Yeah, definitely. So I believe your first question was kind of the initial 12 locations.
So yes, there are 20 districts, and how did you narrow it down to the 12 locations? What was your process to do that?
So we first kind of, I looked at kind of the whole city. I think at the intuitive part of it, kind of looking at little pockets where, there's a lake on one side or a park over here, or it's bordered by major arterials, and kind of try to start narrowing down just kind of our general options. So that was kind of that, and looking at kind of areas with a variety of street designs, varying street widths, different amounts of traffic calming. So those are the two biggest factors that went into the initial kind of narrowing down to 12 different locations. Does that answer your question?
So it wasn't just based upon the number of crashes within particular areas. You had some intuitive things that were in place. Is that what your answer is?
Yes. Locations that would give us as much data as possible for looking forward to phase 2. Varying street designs, varying street widths, different locations around the city. So those are some of the initial criteria.
So the number of crashes is not the main criteria to select these kind of potential phase 1 locations, but rather I think the data is gathered afterwards to kind of give commission some information. What's the basically the profile of these areas, so that to assist the commission to make decisions on that. So I agree, that's a little bit confusing. But I think as Jeremy mentioned that the selection of the 12 locations is not perfect. I think it involves a lot of Jeremy's engineering judgment. Also, what the location might be best in giving us the information that we need to prepare for a citywide rollout. I also want to say that so this is just phase 1, right? And hopefully starting from next year, everywhere in the city will receive the same treatment.
And also, Yang, if I might add, I believe you had told me in one of our conversations that you wanted it to come to the Transportation Commission because you wanted to hear feedback and input from the commissioners as to which might be the best places to go with the first 2. So Alder Harrington McKinney, I think they're open to hearing what the commissioners have to say and what questions you might have. And if there's additional information that's needed, we do not need to make a decision this evening. We can ask those questions and get that additional information and have a further discussion at the May 12th meeting.
So if it's in order, and Jeremy, thank you for so I'm not questioning the staff. I just feel that unless there's an overwhelming desire to make a decision tonight, if we could push that decision off. And I see Jeremy was intuitive in putting in an extra date. If that would be a consideration for the commission to consider pushing this off to that second date, unless there's an overwhelming desire to pass this tonight. And I'm in the way of that.
And all I would ask is that if that is in fact what we decide to do, that we are sure that we tell staff what we're looking for to happen between this meeting and the next meeting, so that we can have all of the information that we need by May 12th in order to make a decision. So Alder Harrington McKinney is asking that we push it off to May 12th. But I see that Alder Miazzi has his hand up as well. So is it okay if did you have further things that you wanted to say before we move on?
No, that was it. And so finally, and I said, if there is an overwhelming push to pass this tonight, I mean, I won't stand in the way, but there were some questions that I could really connect with staff and get those answered for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was why there is a timeline built in for the potential of having this come back on the 12th. Okay, great. Alder Miazzi.
I just wanted to piggyback on Alder Barbara McKinney as far as, there's even a fatality, over here too on the north side on Northport Drive. So, I mean, the severity of the need of making sure that it's equitable, that picking the right location. So I just wanted to see if there was possible too to for the data aspect of it, to see if we could push it back another to the 12th because of the data aspect, and actually, if we could draw a motion for that, if that's possible.
So you're looking for more information about the severity of the crashes. Is that correct?
Yes, and the equitable as far as pick the location.
Okay. So there may have been some other areas in the city where there may have been some more severe crashes that weren't brought forward in terms of consideration for being considered in this phase 1.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Other thoughts? We have a couple of people who think that we should push it off in light of additional information, and a couple of the things are looking at the severities of the crash data, making sure that we're considering all of the areas that we should be considering for this first phase, and potentially there may be some others with some more severe crashes that could be considered, and that we're being more equitable in looking at the potential sites, potential areas. What other information? Yang, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's that sounds like a good plan. We can definitely do that. But any guidance from the commission on when we look for more areas, any guidance some of the criteria that'll be helpful, so we can narrow down the choices, because there are many neighborhoods in the city, and it's not realistic for us to look into each and everyone. So again, I think I want to remind the commission that this is just a phase 1, and from hopefully a year later, all the neighborhoods in the city will receive the treatment. So there really isn't a whole lot of difference in benefiting our residents, and we just want 2 locations that we can start right away, and we want to get some experience with it, so that helps us to fine-tune our budget, fine-tune our plan for logistics, and really help us to make a better plan for next year's citywide rollout.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have any objections with what was presented. I just wanted to share one comment I made at the Policy and Planning Board, that I think areas we would want to avoid for this pilot would be those that are adjacent to or alongside higher speed arterials. So I think it's going to be challenging to transition like 35 mile an hour zone, turning off onto a 20 mile an hour. And I think the pilot would be more successful looking at places that have 25 mile an hour turning off onto a 20, particularly since we're not planning on doing anything other than signage. So I just wanted to share that comment here as well, that I shared at the policy board.
Thank you, very helpful. Alder Harrington McKinney.
A follow-up question is, if delaying this decision till the 12th, would that impact anything negatively in terms of what staff had on the timeline? Because again, I see that you built in the 12th as a possibility if needed. So are we in line to have those conversations and get those answers resolved. This won't delay the forward moving of this initiative. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for the consideration, other mechanic. Yeah, no, it shouldn't really impact our timeline too much. So we, of course, we would like more time to start making plans, and also we, want to, check the neighborhoods, make sure most people are on board with it. So we need some time to do that, and we would like to start implementing it maybe sometime in June. So that give us, a bigger part of the year to start doing things. I don't think a delay in to May 12th will be detrimental to us. Of course, if we have more time, that's better for us to arrange our work. But 12th should be fine. That's why we put we intend to put 2 days over there. So we want to let you know that if the commission needs more information and wants staff look into more things, we can definitely do that, and you can feel comfortable in doing so.
Okay, thank you. Harold, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I'm also fine with delaying this to the 12th. I think one piece of information that would be really helpful for me and maybe for other commissioners as well is really this question of neighborhood support, because I think what we do not want to happen, I mean, this is supposed to be like yes, we're evaluating what works, but in a way, I also see this as a showcasing hey, this is this awesome thing that's going to come to the whole city. And yeah, it's going to be great. So I think having the neighborhood buy-in and having some sense of what that's going to be before we pick those two neighborhoods, I think would be really helpful. I understand that may be challenging to do in the timeline that we have, but I think what we don't want to happen that we as the Transportation Commission say let's do these two neighborhoods and nobody in those neighborhoods is actually supportive of it. So I think that's one consideration and piece of information that would be useful for us to have at the 12th. So if we have neighborhood associations or residents who are really championing this program, then yeah, that would be good to know for us. Thank you.
Okay, so what other comments and information are we looking for? So it's helpful to know that the Alder and the neighborhood agree with this cause, with the 20 is Plenty initiative, that we would like more data on the severity of the crashes and make sure that we're looking at areas that did have some severe crashes, perhaps crashes with fatalities. We want to make sure we're equitable as we look at the potential areas. And I understand that we're looking at one that's in an NRT and one that's not, because we want some diversity in terms of our choices, if I'm saying that correctly, Yang, and please correct me if I'm not. So what other information are we looking for from staff between now and 12? Yang, go ahead.
You're right, Anne. Also, I think Harold brought up a really good point that, neighborhood support. So I think one thing, if we delay to the decision to the May 12th meeting, the one thing really help staff is that if we can today, we can even narrow down to a few choices that will help us to reach out to the neighborhoods, to the orders. Right now there's 12 areas. That's a lot, for us to reach out to all of them. So it's going to take a lot of effort and it's going to waste a lot of time, for the orders and the neighborhoods. Because in the end, only 2 neighborhoods going to receive that this year. So I think our plan is that if the commission points to 2 neighborhoods today, our plan is to reach out to the order, to the neighborhood of those 2, make sure they support it. If not, we'll maybe look at other areas. But I think from our engagement at Transportation Policy Planning Board and for Public Works, it sounds like the support is overwhelming, And we also heard from a few others on the support of the program, and they wanted with us to do the phase 1 program in their districts. So we're not hugely concerned about the neighborhood support, but that's definitely a good point. So if we can narrow down the choices today, that will help us to before the next meeting, we can reach out to 3, 4, or 5 of the areas and bring back some of the data here. If we have to reach out to all the 12 locations, I think it's going to be a big burden for staff and for the alders and the neighborhoods.
Ken has his hand up, but I want to just clarify something, Yang, and clarify what I thought that I heard from at least the 2 alders, from Alder Harrington McKinney and Alder Miazzi, that they thought perhaps that there might have been areas that should have been included as options for us to consider. And if that is in fact the case, Yang, we can't narrow them down tonight if there are some that are not there. So we'll let Ken answer, but then could all of you please clarify for me, do I have that correct? Because if that is the case, then we need staff to look to see if there were a couple of other areas that maybe had fatal crashes or should have been for equity reasons considered and were not. So Ken, why don't you go ahead, and then I'd like to hear from the alders who made those comments if I have that correct.
I just wanted to say that if a year from now we want to say that the neighborhood was supportive, we cannot now select by neighborhoods that are supportive, because it proves nothing if what you do is you start out with a subset of supportive people and then later on say, and they're supportive. You know what I mean? I don't want to say deliberately get somebody who was unsupportive, but I think if we go about searching for supportive places, our argument a year from now is diminished.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see both sides of that argument, both what Harold said and what Ken said. So do I have it correct that there was some concern that the 12 that were brought forward may not have been inclusive enough? Can anybody say, is that in fact what you thought? Was I correct in that regard? Alder Miazzi, Alder Harrington McKinney, did you think perhaps some areas were left out?
Well, I will speak to why I brought it up is that the staff's consideration of how these 12 were selected might be my answer. I don't have another district in mind. I just looked at the matrix. So that was the one thing that popped up, because the area that was selected had less crashes than another area. And so as we're doing this, for me, to be careful that we're putting forth our best effort and how we're doing that selection process. So I absolutely would like to meet with the staff and said, this is how we selected this. This is why we didn't select that. So in my mind, there's a clarity of, yes, this is the number of crashes, and yes, this is the consideration that was made, so that I can stand on my, what I'm supporting and what I'm not supporting. And so Alder Miazzi, he has his, he can speak for himself, but that's exactly why I brought it up, is that I wanted to hear, and I apologize, Jeremy, for not meeting with you prior to that, me going through and trying to get these answers, the answers to my questions before tonight.
Okay, Alder Miazzi, are you comfortable continuing to look at these 12, or did you want staff to potentially add one or more if they had, perhaps in your district an area that did have some more severe crashes in them.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Just to add one more place. One more place if they thought it was okay too.
Okay. So one of the things that I heard staff say was that as we look at the non-NRT areas, that Marquette and Tenny Lapham, excuse me, staff be the most likely because of the number of crashes and the other factors that they talked about. And what I heard from staff and from Alder Harrington McKinney and from some others is that Hammersley and Teresa and Southside were perhaps the two that looked to have the most number of crashes and met the criteria the most. So perhaps, Yang, you could investigate those as well as looking to potentially add an additional area, maybe working with Alder Miazzi to see if there is one in his district that could be added, and then also look into the likelihood of support there. So does that address everybody's concerns in terms of what information we would want to see before the 12th?
Yes, please.
Anybody objects, raise your hand. Okay, Yang, does that give you what you need? Jeremy, does that give you what you need?
Yeah, that is very helpful. Yeah, thank you. I think one another piece of information we can provide next time is maybe the number of crashes, the crash rates, the number of crashes per maybe per square miles, things like that. Because all these areas have different size, so it's kind of hard to compare. Even number of crashes per square mile, still going to be hard, right? Because the street layout is a little bit different. Some area has more streets, some area has less streets. But at least maybe a little bit more scientific. We can look into that, and we can also look into severity of these crashes. We can bring more information there, and we can definitely work with Alder Miazzi, identifying a potential location on the north side, and get a data for those as well. And we can we already know that for example some neighborhood and others going to support it, like Marquette, like Tenny Lapham. We heard we heard from them already. But for the ones that you mentioned, the few like Hammersley, Teresa, Southside, for example, we can reach out to the other person and before our next meeting as well, make sure that at least the other person supports it. And I'm sure the other person will share with the neighborhood, so we hopefully can hear something from the neighborhood as well. So I think the 2 weeks extra time will help us on that as well. So we also informed all the others about the meeting today and shared the staff presentation with them ahead of time. So I think many of others have seen this already. So I'm sure that if you have their concerns for certain areas, we'll hear from them. And so before next meeting, we'll do the same. We'll share the staff presentation with them, and hopefully we can get some input from by doing that as well.
Okay. Anybody have any further questions or comments? Jeremy, do you have anything else that you would like to see before?
No, that sums everything up.
Okay. All right. Thanks much, everybody. So we will look to see that. I don't think that we actually need a motion on that. I think it was a discussion, and we're in agreement that this is a preliminary review and we want to have the additional information. And I think that's been identified to staff, and it was actually even in the presentation that there might be a second meeting required to reach a decision. So, thank you. Now we'll go on to item number 11, Tom Moore, the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. So we do have some people registered on these topics. Now, again, we don't know exactly which ones they're registered to speak on. So, Tom, if it's possible, could you just give us a little bit of background on each of the three that we're going to talk about, and then we can hear from the members of the public, and then we can enter into our discussions and potential motions?
Sure, that works.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for having me, everyone. Good evening. I'm Tom Moore from City Traffic Engineering. So I'll give you a very brief background because I know not everyone has seen my other presentations. So what we're looking at here are three separate streets in the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. And that program is basically smaller scale traffic calming projects that the residents come to us with complaints and requests for. We rank the streets, we get a final ranking, and then we propose projects, and then we survey the residents on those streets. So these, what is on the screen right now, are all of our proposed projects for 2021. And we've gone through each of these, but we still have a few questions left on the ones in purple. So we can go through, I know there are a few people here for Lakeside. Maybe you want to do Lakeside first?
See, the only problem, Tom, is that I don't know, Patrick, can you tell which project they're here to talk about? I mean, we could certainly do it project by project, but only if we know which ones they're here to talk about. I mean, I believe somebody was here to talk about Milo and Hamlet. I believe somebody might be here to talk about Lakeside. Can you tell, Patrick? Patrick?
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Yeah, there are two for Lakeside and one for Milo.
Okay, so yeah, I had to mute myself before because my cat was trying to break the door down there. So, Tom, which one do you want to go first? Go ahead and pick. And you can do your presentation, then we'll hear from the people on that particular area, and then we'll move on to the next one with public comment and do the same.
Okay, sure. Let's do Lakeside first because I think this one might be the shortest one.
Okay.
So this is our proposal that was approved here at Transportation Commission in a previous meeting with a little bit of questions to bring back. So we've got the traffic circle at Whittier and the two proposed speed humps. We did the resident survey. We've got the results. The final results are not in until I think next week, but here are the current results of that survey. So we mailed out 181 surveys. We broke this up into speed humps and traffic circles separately. So speed humps have an approval rate of 91.8 and a traffic circle of 79. I think one of the questions that remained was, would the fire department be okay with additional speed humps on either end, one close to John Nolan and one closer to Park Street? We reached out to Ed Ruckriegel, who's a fire marshal and kind of in charge of emergency operations response. And he, in the email that's included on this agenda item, kind of restated his position of being against the additional speed humps. I think that's pretty much the background. I know there was a request to move these existing electronic speed boards. Our stance was we would like to keep them in place for this year and then look at moving them possibly next year, because those were put in place specifically for the school, and there has not been, I don't think, unless it just restarted, in-person classes since those have been put in. So it's kind of difficult to put those in, find a spot, and then move them before the school gets to see the results of those. So that's the background for Lakeside.
Okay, why don't we hear from the members of the public?
Okay, Carrie Rockford supports, wishes to speak.
Carrie, go ahead.
Carrie, you should have a prompt asking to unmute.
Okay. I should be unmuted now, aren't I?
You are. Thank you.
Okay, here goes. So thank you on behalf of Lakeside Street neighbors. Clearly, as you can see, we appreciate your interest, and most neighbors are turning out to say we want these speed humps and the traffic circle. I think there are just two issues on the table. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lakeside Neighbors Group. And the first is relocating the speed boards that are currently bracketing Franklin School to the 100 and 800 blocks of Lakeside if and when the speed humps are installed near Franklin School. They'll be in almost exactly the same position. One of the speed boards is currently blocked by a tree anyway and needs to be moved. I believe that at the March 10th meeting, Tom, you said that moving it is a possibility, although you were clear you don't want to. The commission noted that this request makes sense, I'm quoting now, and would help with speeding at either end of the street, after acknowledging that that is where the problem originates and is often at its worst. So we come to the commission now to ask for your approval to move the speed boards as soon as possible after installing the speed humps and not waiting a year. The second issue on the table is that it wasn't simply that you would go speak with MFD at that was part of the motion at the last meeting. It was that if they said no to the speed humps, you would ask them to come back to a transportation commission meeting to look into the topic. Why are they denying this? What else could be done? The motion actually said that the commission would take up discussion of Lakeside Street again, and we'd like to ask you to do that. Regarding MFD's email statement that it's not possible to quantify the patient care impacts associated with speed humps, our question is, would it be possible to direct EMS crews to collect the data needed to correlate trips over speed humps to medical outcomes? Would it be possible to focus some of the data collection on Lakeside Street before and after the speed humps for comparative data? Second and last question is regarding resolving the conflict that Ed, I think it's Ruckreigel, mentions between residential on-street safety and the safe passage of EMS vehicles. Would it be possible for MFD to work with with traffic engineering to modify the design of speed humps to reduce their potential negative impact on EMS vehicles? Would traffic engineering and MFD consider what I know now after doing some research are called offset speed tables, where the speed hump is sort of split in two so that the emergency vehicles can go through it? Would they consider speed cushions that allow them to pass right over it because of places made for their tires to go, but that would not allow cars to pass over it?
Okay, Carrie, you're at your
solution. I'm wrapping up. Would that be a possible solution for collector streets in Madison?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Who do you have next, Patrick?
Joe Koss, neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Yeah, I thank you. Good evening. Thanks to Tom for all the work that he's done on Lakeside traffic calming, and thanks to the alders for continuing to consider, neighbor concerns and future traffic calming for Lakeside. Carrie presented a few points. I would just like to kind of speak to the concerns that MFD has raised and try to ask the Traffic Commission to again look at the two speed humps at the mouth of both Park Street and John Nolan. Alder Foster put in the resolution that MFD would be required to come back and kind of speak to their reasoning on the denial. I understand that patient pain management and patient safety is a concern, but I didn't get from the previous conversation that MFD has lexical priority over other possible competing concerns with pedestrian safety. And so I think when we live in a world of competing values, we have to sometimes give and take. And I would like MFD to present their reasoning in a give and take type of situation. I think it's clear that all things aren't equal on Lakeside. Patient safety is just one of the concerns. With increasing density all around us, we have the Peloton that's up on the corner of Lake and John Nolan. We'll be having a new apartment complex on the corner of Park and Emerson. There's a new apartment complex. The Align Energy Center has just proposed an 18-story apartment complex. The majority of Lakeside residents are in favor of increasing density to try to control housing costs. But as cities try to increase density, we also have to keep in mind that we have to prioritize safety. And as density increases, pedestrian traffic through bikes and walking also increases. And Alder Foster at the last meeting said this is a great opportunity to kind of nip the problem in the bud, to kind of get out proactively in front of it instead of waiting to be reactive. And so I would again like to ask the commission to consider the full proposal, which was the 2 speed humps at both mouths of Lakeside, in addition to the traffic circle and 2 speed humps proposed at Franklin Elementary School. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Patrick, do we have anyone else?
Not for this topic.
Okay.
This is number 11, correct?
Yes.
The other one's for Milo.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Okay. Just to clarify for everyone, I'm going to read you from the minutes of the March 10th meeting. It says, Foster moved to approve staff recommendation with the addition of speed humps at either end of Lakeside Street near Park Street and John Nolan Drive, subject to MFD approval, and to return to TC if MFD says no, and leaving speed boards in place, seconded by Bremer. After minimal discussion, the motion passed by voice vote. Others. So this, we agreed to come back and discuss it again. We did not necessarily agree that we would have a debate with the fire department about the issue. And I bring this up before we talk about any other comments or have any other questions, because in my mind, that is a policy issue. In terms of what the fire department would be willing to do with regard to, there's an email in Legistar from Charlene Sweeney, Carrie Rothberg, Joe Cause, et cetera, Lakeside Neighbors Group, and with some really good points. But in my mind, that's a policy issue and would be something that would need to be taken up with the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, and certainly something we could put on a future agenda. But the fire department said no to the request. Our approval was subject to their approval, and they did not give it. So that's where we are now. And we can certainly talk about the speed boards, et cetera. But if it's a larger issue about redesign, et cetera, which are all very good points and things we've been talking about at the Traffic Calming Subcommittee, we can certainly take those up. So I'm speaking first only because it's important that we understand what's on the agenda this evening, what we can talk about, and what might need to be discussed in the future. So based on level setting that, Alder Evers, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My hope is that you would pass these recommendations tonight and see this as the first step in a broader holistic approach to traffic calming on Lakeside. and then in response to resident concerns and the intention based on the minutes from your previous meeting, that is the joint traffic calming subcommittee that I understand is jointly staffed or has representatives of both TPPB and Transportation Commission. At a future meeting of that subcommittee, you invite the fire department to come in and to engage in a policy debate about this. And I would also defer to Alder Foster, who has some expertise and awareness of what fire departments in other cities have done in terms of trying to address this situation in a apparently more progressive manner than we have yet to do so here in Madison.
And Alder Evers, let me just say that we did approve this plan with the fire department's approval of the additional speed humps. So it already is approved. I think the only thing that's on the table this evening that we might want to address, and Tom, please correct me if I'm wrong, would be moving the speed board. Would I be right, Tom? Tom Moore?
Yeah, moving the speed board, and I think we just wanted to clarify the fire department stance on the speed humps. So.
Right. So I don't know that we already approved the plan as is, with the only open area being those other two that the fire department had to, those at the either end that the fire department had to approve. But we certainly can entertain suggestions that we do more investigation on a general nature. It's not on the agenda tonight, but as you suggested, Alder Evers, we can certainly refer that to the traffic calming subcommittee or the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, wherever, for further review. So I just wanted to clarify that. Did you have other comments, Alder Evers, at this point?
No, thank you. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thanks. Ken, you're next, and then Harold after that.
I would move that we do move the speed boards, and I understand Tom's issue that we really haven't had a chance to evaluate it. What I'm looking forward to is after these are installed and we have 12 to 18 months experience, and I'm assuming that the speed boards would be moved, I think we would have a whole lot more information to return to this issue as far as the TPBB to say, are the speeds okay, or do we need to revisit this with MFD? But I think if we leave the speed boards where they are and then just have the two bumps in the circle, in my mind, I'd have the question of, but what if we move the speed boards? Would we then need to put in more speed humps? You know what I mean? So I'd rather just get over it, move the speed boards, then we can tell what the effect of the best positioned speed boards and what we've already approved. And admittedly, it takes 12 to 18 months to figure it out. But I think let's do that rather than only go halfway and not then be able to have enough knowledge to know how much did all this together do to reduce the speeds from John Nolan to Park.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Harold, I don't know if you have other questions or comments, or you're seconding that, or you're next in the queue.
Yeah, I was going to make a different point. So I can make that now or wait until we...
Sure, you can go ahead and make your point, and then we'll just wait for a second to his motion.
Yeah, so I wanted to address this question with MFD and what we decided at our last meeting. I mean, I think it was, the way I understood what we were discussing what the motion was at the last meeting was that, we want to get the input from MFD, but if they do have concerns, then it really would have been helpful for a representative from MFD to be here and be available for these questions, because otherwise, I mean, what was the point of the motion? As you said, we approved the 3 speed humps as they were, plus the other ones pending MFD approval. So, I mean, what do we talk about here then? I'm fully on board. This is a larger policy discussion in the longer term, but I mean, I do think this is something that needs to be done, and it needs to be done soon. I mean, I don't think that the fire department has any formal authority to veto the location of speed bumps. So, I mean, I think in a way, this is our responsibility as an implementation body to be like, we are the ones making decisions about these speed humps, taking into account multiple competing priorities, as we have heard, MFD being one and one important one. But yeah, I mean, I think we do need to be more deliberate about that and not push it off too far into the future. Thank you.
Okay, and later on I can answer why he might not be here this evening. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. Harold said pretty much what I was thinking. Obviously, the intent of sending it MFD was not just for them to nix it and then us say, oh, okay, oh well. I mean, we had a very in-depth conversation about what is safety and what does it mean to achieve safety on a road, and striking those balances. So I would support, I think, what Harold was kind of suggesting is approving the full plan that we talked about, regardless of what MFD said, or if it requires a larger policy discussion, then referring it to TQB.
Okay. And I'll have to ask Tom Moore if the commission goes back and considers approving it again without the, even though the fire department said they did not support it, is city staff in a position to move forward with that without the fire department's approval? I just want to understand what the possibilities are here. And let me just say, we got definitive answer from at the fire department that no, it wasn't going to be consideration. He was asked twice. Our forum here is not a neighborhood meeting where the neighbors can ask questions and we can have a discussion like that. And that was my understanding of what was the desire if there were to be a meeting with the fire department. And so it seemed to me to be a larger policy issue and discussion than just Lakeside, because they clearly were not moving off their decision on Lakeside. So Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thanks. I was chiming in, but I guess I'll just say what my intent was and what my understanding is that we did want to move forward with them. We wanted to talk with MFD again, and if they were not supportive, my expectation was that they would be back here and there would be an opportunity to hear more clearly what those trade-offs are from their perspective, what their objections are, and have an opportunity for that debate and evaluation at Transportation Commission. And I still think that's a good idea. I would agree that there is a larger policy issue as well, and that I think you're right, and that probably does need to be discussed at the Policy and Planning Board. And obviously we've talked about this a bit at the Traffic Calming Subcommittee as well, and I think we'll highlight that as a need in that report. But until and unless we have some policy, we also don't actually have an adopted policy that says MFD has carte blanche veto authority over where they can go. I think that's kind of been the practice, but that's not actually an adopted policy either. So I think, barring any adopted policy, I think it is probably on Transportation Commission to really weigh all of those things. And I think MFD's concerns need to be appropriately weighed. I just don't think they can be if they're not articulated. And all I've heard so far is no. And so I guess if I were on the commission, I would recommend maybe bringing it back for a future discussion and really explicitly asking MFD to be there to answer those questions and to start digging in specifically as it relates to Lakeside, not at a broader policy level, but what are the specific concerns with the 2 speed humps that were recommended by the commission before?
Okay, and just to be clear, the emails did say why they said no. So I believe that, and perhaps you all read them differently, but I thought that in the exchange, they clearly did say why they said no. We certainly can. And Tom, you'll have to tell me if we are going to mess up your schedule with the contract, if we defer the Lakeside discussion to May 12th and ask the fire department to come back and talk just with the commission members, with all the neighborhood, and certainly Alder Evers, you're always welcome to join in, but the neighborhood, the neighbors, pardon me, it's been 4 hours already, the neighbors not be in a position to engage in conversation with the fire department. So if they wanted to have that kind of a meeting, it would have to be somewhere other than at the Transportation Commission. But certainly we could invite him to come back and answer questions from the members of the commission and any other alders who choose to participate in the meeting. So just to sort of level set that as well. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying that exactly what the intent is, because we don't want neighbors to think that it's going to be an open dialogue. So thank you so very much for setting those very clear directions so that we as commissioners can also follow that as well.
Okay, so Ken made a motion to just move the speed boards, but I haven't heard a second. If there is not, is there a second? If there's not a second, that motion would die for lack of a second. Is there another motion? Bill, I can't see you. I can see the top of your head.
Oh, sorry.
There you are.
I can read my screen better when it's laid back. Yeah, I'll second Ken's motion that to move the speed boards now. Okay.
So there was talk of a different motion by Chris and Harold, but there is Ken's motion on the table, seconded by Bill, to just move the speed boards and leave the existing approval in place for right now, which doesn't mean that we can't explore the larger issues as we would. So, Chris, go ahead.
I hate to do this, but motion on the table, I'm not clear about what other than moving the speed sign, what's the motion?
Okay, my understanding, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the motion is just to move the speed board. It's assuming the existing approval and not the additional speed humps that the fire department declined. Ken, is that correct?
That would be correct. After the installation, the speed boards would be in different locations. We'd have 2 speed humps as the diagram shows and 1 traffic circle.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table. Chris, did you have comments on that? No? Okay. All right, so other discussion. So I suspect that there would be people who might be opposed to that. So why don't we do a roll call vote? Patrick?
Sure. Harrington McKinney.
So just to clarify, the motion on the table is to just move the speed boards and leave the existing approval in place, which would not include the additional speed humps at either end, which were declined by the fire department. And if aye, we would leave it as the approval as is, move the speed board.
Aye.
Okay. Charles Miazzi.
Aye.
Okay. Chris McCahill.
No.
All right. Denise Jess.
No.
Bill Brummer.
Aye.
Ken Strite.
Aye.
And Carl Cleams.
No.
And Bridget Brown.
Aye.
Okay. The ayes have it. 5-3.
Yes, we need 5 votes to pass a motion, so we do have the motion passed. Now, that does not mean that we cannot consider having the fire department come to the appropriate body to further discuss this, or to certainly have them come back to a commission meeting in the future to discuss a particular project or a particular issue. And if we do want them to come back and talk about Lakeside so we can better understand their decision, we can certainly ask them to do that. The motion that we've already passed does not preclude us from doing that as well. And I certainly am in favor of further conversations with the fire department because of the research that we've done at the Traffic Calming Subcommittee. There certainly is a lot to talk about in that regard. And so it's certainly something that we will carry forward to discuss. So other comments about Lakeside and the fire department, any other motions that anybody wants to make before we move on to Milo and Hamlet? Bill.
Thank you. I think I would just like to treat Lakeside and I think we've got what we're going to get from the fire department in their emails, and as a result, I think it's for us, the commissioners, to evaluate their statements as far as Lakeside are concerned. Certainly, there's plenty of room to talk about policy, and maybe I think that should be to the policy and planning board rather than the commission. But I guess my preference is to consider the emails that we received and from the fire department and make a decision on whether we should or should not add the 2 additional speed humps tonight. Okay. And I will definitely have further conversations with Alder Foster and with Chris McCahill to talk about, and Alder Harrington McKinney, who are all on the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, about how to bring that forward and how to best communicate that. And I can certainly even prepare one of our referral documents, as we have done in the past, to bring back to the meeting with a referral to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. That's how we've handled it in the past, and I can certainly do that again, so that we can make sure that the issue gets brought forward to the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Does anybody disagree with that? We've certainly heard a lot of comments about it, and I personally am on board with that as well. Okay, I will work on something, and we will not lose sight of that. Thank you, everybody. Tom, you want to do Milo and Hamlet, and then we'll hear from the public there?
Sure. So,
just thank you to all the neighbors and to Alder Everts for all the great discussions with regard to Lakeside.
Thank you.
So Milo Lane, we were asked to look at this one in a little more detail. So the background on Milo, we were originally looking at Swanton Road, and commission approved adding bike lanes or moving parking from one side, but then the issue of speeding on Milo came up, and logically kind of makes sense as a cut through because there is a traffic signal here at Crystal Lane. So traffic that wants to avoid this signal will use Milo and Easley to get between Swanton and Milwaukee Street. So looking back at our original rankings, Milo, so this is our original ranking system for the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. Milo ranked number 49 on the list. So well below the 30 points that we typically require streets get to be considered for traffic calming. And then we also ranked all of these streets by speeds. So when you look at the number of vehicles traveling over 30 miles per hour, Milo doesn't make the first page. Percent over 30, Milo's there highlighted. Number of vehicles over 35, there's 18. And then number of vehicles over 40, there were 5 or 10. So we then collected turning movement counts at Milo and Hamlet. And so this is a representation of a typical weekday traffic turning movement volume. So overall, fairly low volumes. It would not come close to meeting the warrant for an all-way stop or any of the warrants for an all-way stop. Currently, it's uncontrolled, this intersection, and the entire length of Milo and Easley is uncontrolled. Crash history, there was one crash here at the intersection in 2018, and that was due mostly, based on the police report, of it being uncontrolled and the drivers not knowing who had the right-of-way. So overall, traffic engineering staff's stance on this one would be to not propose any speed humps or traffic calming on Milo. And the reason for that is of the low overall ranking and speed and volume data. It's just it's difficult to put Milo ahead of these other streets that rank higher. The one area that's borderline right here is the number of vehicles over 40 miles per hour. So 10 is fairly high, but it brings up the question, why would you choose Milo Lane over Anhalt Drive? The residents there want speed humps, so why would we choose Milo instead of Anhalt? And the same question comes up when you look at each of these different metrics, speeding metrics. Why would you choose Milo over the ones ahead of it? That's the question that we would have a difficult time justifying if we chose Milo over these other ones. I think that is the majority of the background for this one. I think for things that we could do, we could definitely move forward with installing yield signs on the minor street. So right now it's uncontrolled. We can install yield signs here to clear up the right-of-way, and we could mark crosswalks. But when it comes to speed humps or installing something concrete, that's I don't think it would be it's a bad idea to install it, but it's just hard to justify this one over the other streets that are in our system. So.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Why don't we hear from the people who have registered?
Okay, we have a Michelle White, neither support nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, try to make this as quick as I can. Basically, a lot of the residents here have been trying to work within the point system. We know that there needs to be a system that's fair to allocate resources. The problem with us is I've taken a look at this data. I am a data scientist, and I'm trying to make the case for us having a very dangerous situation with all of these reckless drivers cutting through, and us still not having a chance of scoring 30 points. First of all, for those intersections and streets that did get 30 points, looking at this data, it looks like 2/3 of those points come from just the volume of traffic, whether it's dangerous, whether it's speeding or not. And that puts us way behind the rankings, because the only reason to come through our streets is if you live there or if you are dangerously cutting through to avoid a light. So that puts us, basically, it seems like we're only able to play with 1/3 of the points and score in the other categories. And if you look at that number of cars above 40 miles an hour, if you look at the short distance that those cars have to accelerate to 40 miles an hour in a 25 zone, you can see how dangerously these cars are accelerating. And we have a daycare, we're a school zone, we're a pedestrian zone. It is, there's cars parked on both sides of the street. It is extremely reckless to get up to 40 miles an hour when in the middle of that, you've also got a 90-degree turn. So my original proposal to the committee was going to be, if we could somehow, quote unquote, cash in those points that we did get, which is 21, and if we could supplement sort of using the dollar expenditure per point for the top point getters, if we could supplement that balance. And Tom told me correctly that there is an issue of accepting private funds and not favoring more affluent areas. However, I think the reverse is happening to us somewhat, because a lot of the crashes that have happened here, many I've witnessed, have been rear endings where the driver drives off, and a lot of our cars aren't worth the $1,000 damage threshold that it takes to qualify for these points. My car was only worth $1,000. Another rear ending for the head of our neighborhood association was also not worth $1,000 of damage, so the police won't come out and take the reports. So I think there's sort of a reverse happening here, where we're not affluent enough to get those crash points. So I guess my question is, to score points with being percentage above 30 and 40 when you have such a short distance, I just think it's impossible for us to qualify, even though we have a very dangerous situation in this particular point system, given the unique nature of the cut through, the short distance to get to a certain miles per hour, and the fact that it's not a thoroughfare, it's not supposed to have high traffic, and we'll never get those 2/3 of the points necessary to qualify for these speed humps.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Patrick, did we have anybody else registered to speak?
No.
Okay, did anybody have any question for Michelle? Is that a question for Michelle or Bridget?
I just wanted to make a comment to follow up on Michelle's testimony.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to say thank you. I think that Michelle pointing out what I think she may be right, that there is some inherent socioeconomic bias in the way that some of the point totals are arrived at, particularly with regard to value of the crashes in terms of property damage or other kinds of damage. I think it's an excellent point. I don't necessarily know how to remedy it. Hopefully the work that the traffic calming subcommittee is doing will take that sort of factor into account. But I am wondering, Tom, if you would be willing or able to respond to that testimony, because to me she made a lot of excellent points, and I'm not sure if there's a way necessarily to remedy this, but I would like to hear your thoughts. I mean, obviously any system is going to have
inherent, it's not going to be perfect for everything, but I think she brought up a lot of excellent points, and I wanted to see if you would want to or be willing to address some of them.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think everything she brought up is valid. It's the questions still remain: how do you choose this one over the other ones? I think the thing that's most or the biggest, the main point that stuck with me is that it's that short of a street that people are getting up to 40 miles per hour. That's something that that's not caught in this ranking system, where some streets are built just, wide open, longer streets where higher speeds are just going to happen, where this one, it shouldn't really be happening, but it still is. So I think that is the best case for choosing this one over other streets, even though it ranks lower. The crashes, that's something that we kind of hear a lot, that there's a lot of crashes that are unreported. So that, to me, is less of a reason to choose this one over other streets. It's a logical cut through, and it's a short stretch that's where people are reaching really high speeds. It's just that there's a low volume of them, and it's quiet most of the time, but there are the fast speeding vehicles. So it's those types of things that aren't caught in our ranking system.
And I am taking notes just so you all know, to make sure that we cover this stuff at the Traffic Calming Subcommittee, because some excellent points have been made. Bridget, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up and just say, I think I will say that with the crashes per block, I really do think there's a difference between crashes where, or that there should be a difference, and I don't know how to capture it, but crashes where, people choose not to report them, and crashes where people try to report them, but law enforcement isn't willing, because of the dollar value involved, to spend time on it. And obviously there has to be prioritization there for police time, but when that information is used for systems like this, and just simply because of the value of the property isn't sufficient to even make it worth the police's time, folks shouldn't be penalized for that, which I think is what I'm understanding is really happening here.
Okay, and if there's an attendee who has their hand up, it's really not appropriate, sorry, to have attendees ask questions. Thank you. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks all. So this is a District 15 location, so we're in my Alder half for this one. A few things. One, Tom, thanks a lot for kind of doing the different analysis at the different levels. That was really helpful. When I first reviewed the attachments and looking at the number over 30, my initial instinct was, oh yeah, this doesn't really make sense. This doesn't really qualify compared to a number of other streets on here. And then I went down to the 35 mile an hour one. I thought, oh, well, actually, like there, it's sort of just adjacent to one we just approved. I think it was the Frisch Road one. Almost the same number of cars over 35. And then when I got down to the number over 40, I was really surprised to see that, but not totally surprised, because it definitely matched what I had been hearing from folks that live in that area. And I also had not really put together what the residents shared about the distance, but I think it is, that really is the point. This is not, I think it's really different than like a street that's, kind of wide open, feels like you're driving down the country and you're going at 33 or 35 or whatever. There's nothing happening. This is generally a left turn off of Milwaukee, and then a right turn at one of the next 3 blocks within, a couple hundred feet. And so these movements, when you've got that many people going over 40 mile an hour with basically at least two turn movements in that short space, that means that it's people that are literally flying through there and making turns at essentially those speeds as well. And I know I heard reports of crashes that again must have gone unreported or aren't showing up for some reason. Two of them at the corner up at Easley. So I know that there is history of folks really having issues there. So on the number over 40, it's actually higher than some other projects that we are like at least three other ones that were did recommend improvements to. But I think the biggest thing that really stood out for me also was the conversations. One of the key priorities that we are putting forward as part of the traffic calming recommendations, which is to start to think about areas as a little bit larger areas and not just do traffic calming one block at a time. And within that context, the adjacent street that people are already trying to avoid has some of the worst speeding in the whole city, Swanton, right? And so the commission approved some measures to try and improve things there. I think it's really clear from what we've seen that that's only going to compound the issues that we're already seeing on these streets. And so I think I am interested in supporting from that perspective of if we're going to do something to try and calm things down on one street, and we have a really clear sense that it's going to push some bad behaviors onto another parallel route, we should really consider implementing some features there as well. And so I think this really fits the bill cleanly from that perspective. So between that and the number over 40, it does feel like something that should be considered. And my one question for you, Tom, was, did you take a look at all about a traffic circle at Milo? Is that an option? Was that looked at at all?
We didn't design one, but that would be an option. Yeah, it would fit in. Yeah.
I would love, if the commission's supportive, I'd love to see a mock-up of speed humps on Milo up to Hamlet and then a circle at Hamlet, because I think that would directly address that crash that was noted in the report about the confusion about yielding, et cetera. I think having a circle in there would really help that, which is what we recommended for a different one on Spade that had the same kind of crash history. So it would be great to consider.
Can you repeat the two locations for me, Grant?
Yes, speed humps on Milo between Milwaukee and Hamlet, and then a circle at Hamlet and Milo.
Okay, other comments, Grant? No? Okay, Harold, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. Lots of good discussions. I think we are well aware that the current system has limitations in what it can do, and that's why these projects come back to the Transportation Commission to consider additional information. And I'm definitely taking notes for the traffic calming subcommittee because, we are trying. I'm meeting with Tom Wilson tomorrow to come up with a new prioritization mechanism. So I'm really appreciative of this. I think with regard to the specific location, I'm hesitant to recommend it and go against the classification scheme. I think the number of people over 40, that's a factor to take into account. I still think this is a very low volume street if you look at the average weekday traffic. So I think this is a balance that needs to be taken, and the public register made a point by virtue of having low traffic, that hinders our ability to score high. And I think that's intentional, and that's the way it should be, because if there are very few cars, then that decreases the chance of crash encounters. And I think that also might explain why some of the other projects lower down the list in terms of the number of people going over 40, but they have almost 10 times as many cars going on there. So I'm hesitant with moving forward of this. If we looked more closely at some of the other projects that are higher ranked, we could probably come up with special reasoning for why they should really be considered as well. So I'm not really comfortable with going forward with this.
Thanks, Harold. Ken, you're next. You're muted, Ken.
Tom, are there any no turns during rush hour signs posted on Swanton?
No.
Because I know there's different parts of the city. The one that I think of is Old Middleton that has a number of places where there's no turns during a certain time of the day. And I would, if that's possible, if the main thing is cut through, and if I'm understanding it, Swanton heading to Milwaukee, that people are doing the cut through on, right?
I think, yeah, it's both ways. Yeah, using this cut through.
Well, it's a little, yeah. I mean, I would it be that hard to do that? That seems to be a fairly reversible kind of situation just to cut down volume. I mean, I think what we'd like to do is cut down the cut through. I mean, we also deal with the speed thing, but my assumption is the speeders are not locals, they're cut throughers. And maybe that's the strategy we want.
Right, we could take a closer look at the timing of the speeding and then take a look at the two intersections of Swanton and down at Milwaukee before making a change, because it would be for everyone, so the residents would have to go around too. And we would just have to take a closer look at the data.
Thanks.
Alder Foster, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to share. I don't think restricting turning movements is going to help address the issue. The only way to really address it is on Milo, because you have Easley, Hamlet, and Boynton are all perfect alternatives for people that want to avoid the light on Milwaukee. And so if you choose any of those and try and make it more difficult, one of the other ones will still work. So the only way that this is really going to get addressed, in my opinion, is to have traffic calming on Milo. And unless that happens, I think people are more people than are doing it today are going to do it once Swanton gets slowed down a little bit more. So if folks don't think it rises to the level that warrants an investment, I think then that's it. But it doesn't really make sense to me to put any kind of turning restrictions. I don't think it's going to solve the problem. I think one thing just for folks to understand, maybe if you could zoom out a little bit, Tom, this is not just like a random, like one little neighborhood that like has speeding, but that the only north-south route is Swanton to Thompson. There's nothing, you have to go over to Highway 51 or the interstate, which you can't do if you're on a bicycle. So like this is the only way that you can actually get between Milwaukee and really all the way up like to Easttown and beyond, or to Commercial right here. And so it's Swanton, and it's then Milo Lane is the alternative. And that's why it's used the way it is. So I just wanted to highlight that for folks, so that it's a really kind of particular and unique spot. And that's why the sort of very high levels. And it's not just a rush hour issue either. It's people that are moving between these areas all day long.
Okay, thank you, Alder Foster. So what do we want to do here? We need to make a decision and move on to Wheeler. Staff has recommended no traffic calming. Tom, you did talk about the possibility. I got to flip my page over here. You talked about some yield signs and marking some crosswalks as something that you might consider, but that you didn't think that speed humps traffic circles should be installed here. Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that traffic engineering do some additional analysis on the information that's available for that area, and then come back with that information and some potential recommendations for addressing, including maybe no action as an option, but to just do some further analysis and come back.
Okay, so we're looking to ask you to come back at the next meeting with I mean, a lot of great points have been made this evening. Some of which are clearly relevant and interesting points. Other comments about Bridget's recommendation? Chris?
I would make a motion if that wasn't one, which I guess I'll go ahead and do, which is that we recommend no traffic calming here at this time.
Okay, there's a motion for no traffic calming at this time. Bridget, oops, your hand is still up. Oh, no, it's not. There's a motion by Chris for no traffic calming at this time. Is there a second? Harold?
Yeah, second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second for no traffic calming on Milo and Hamlet at this time. Further discussion? Chris, go ahead.
I'll just speak to it quick. I mean, I think we are often frustrated by the process, and I thank the registrant for coming forward tonight and pointing out some other ones. But it is the process we've got now, and we've approved and disapproved traffic calming on these grounds many times before, and that's why the subcommittee is trying to work through these things so that we can do it better in the future.
Thank you for speaking to the motion. Is there additional discussion on the motion? Okay, I'm going to try for a unanimous consent vote. If there's anyone who is opposed, please raise your hand and we'll have, or abstain, please raise your hand and we'll, okay, we have a hand. Let's do a roll call vote then. Patrick?
Harrington McKinney?
Would you come back to me, please?
Sure. And just to clarify, we are voting on a motion to have no traffic calming at this time on Milo and Hamlet.
Okay. Miadzi?
Abstain.
Okay. Chris McCahill?
Aye.
Okay. Denise Jess?
No.
Okay. Bill Bremer?
No.
Bridget Brown?
No.
Ken Strite?
Aye.
Harold Clemes?
Aye.
Okay. And Barbara Harrington McKinney? Alder Harrington? Alder Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we've got 4 ayes, 1 abstain, and 3 noes. Ann, what's your vote?
I'm going to vote aye.
Okay. Sorry, I got that wrong. There were
4 ayes, 3 noes, and an abstain, correct?
Alder Harrington McKinney, you did say aye, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. So then, yeah, there is 5.
Including me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And I also fully understand everybody's concern, and I think that we've raised a lot of excellent points that we can also work on with the traffic calming subcommittee. And Tom, I would encourage you to consider the yield signs, marking the crosswalks, and the other things that you talked about. Okay, so Wheeler Road. We are at 9:43, so.
Okay, so this is a summary of Wheeler Road. We did the resident survey. We had 2 very non-controversial sections, at least according to the residents on the street. And then we had, and just to give a reminder, these were the two surveys that we originally proposed back at the first time we brought this to the commission.
It was on February 10th. These were approved.
Yep, and then we were asked. Traffic engineering was asked to look at options between Comanche and Sherman because of the high speeds shown in the data and resident concerns. So we came back with these series of islands. We had a really large survey area. So the survey area for this one, which may be the biggest, the most controversial part of this, is that we stuck to what's stipulated in our manual for traffic calming program, which is the residents that are directly on the street. So any resident that has a driveway or has to drive on Wheeler to get to their home was included in the survey. So that included this building, these people living, and then any one of these are all mostly condominiums in here. So it's kind of on this border. So the Cherokee Park neighborhood, these residents did not receive a vote because they have an option to get around without having to drive on Wheeler on this section. So it was the vote area, and the results were very close. 96 approved, 67 opposed, for an approval rate of 59.3, which was like 3 or 4 votes away, yes votes away from being above 60%. But traffic engineering staff's position on this one is that we should stick to the resident survey. I included, attached to this agenda item, was the responses that the comments that came back with the survey. There was a lot of concern about removing parking. Some of the typical waste of taxpayer money. We need police. It's not going to work. So those were some of the concerns from the residents. And this result was pretty much what we thought we would get. We figured there would be quite a bit of opposition in this section, and these would be more favorable. So I think the additional residents in the area that weren't included in the survey, the opinions that they voiced were, at least it seemed like to us, against adding things onto Wheeler. And that's also kind of what you would expect, that people that live further away don't want more things to impede them on the street that they use. They just want to drive fast on the street. So I think this is a fair result, and we're just presenting it to you to get your feedback.
So let me just go back and summarize the 2 green check marks. Those 2 areas, we approved the traffic calming, and you went through your process after approval, and those are going forward. They received approval, so they would move forward during the normal course. We asked for additional study on the 3rd section of Wheeler Road. The Alder requested it, and the commission agreed and asked you to do that. This is the result of that further study, which resulted in not enough residents indicating approval that you would wish to or recommend moving forward, correct?
Right.
Okay. So comments or questions? Do we have anybody? I don't think we have anybody left, and we have people left who are still attending, but is there anybody who wishes to speak on this?
No.
Okay. So comments or questions about Wheeler Road? Harold, go ahead.
A process question. So we have the neighborhood road, but I guess the point is that we can still do whatever we think right as a commission? Is that how this works? Sorry.
We could, correct, Tom? But the program, your program indicates that you want 60% minimum. Is that correct?
Right. Yep. So typically we leave it as being approved at TC, then we survey the residents, and if the residents don't approve it with the 60%, we just drop the project, and we typically don't come back to TC. But since this one, we were specifically asked by TC to look at this section of Wheeler, even though it wasn't an original project that we proposed. I think that was the reason for bringing it back before you tonight.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Alderman Yazzie.
I don't know if Tom is still here, but I guess there was a meeting set up in order for us to have a meeting talking about what we the survey, what we came up with the survey, but the meeting was canceled, and between the election time, we didn't get a chance to reschedule for people to have a meeting about the survey. So I guess suggestion with Deb, in order to not have this be prolonged, it's imperative that we have a meeting with that I have a meeting with the constituents over here so that their voices are all heard and making sure that we can come back to the table. So I guess there was a suggestion made that to move this to May 12th meeting, it would not prolong anything because May 19th is going to the Board of Public Works, which is already currently planned to look at this in order to whether to move forward or not. So I think it's imperative that I still have the meeting with residents over here first about the survey.
Can I just clarify, Alderman Yazzie, the first two, the two with the green check marks were approved and are moving forward currently. The one with the red X has not been approved by the Transportation Commission at this point in time. So just to make sure we're on the same page. So what you're requesting is that we defer any final decision on this third area with the red check mark on it, and have that conversation continued on May 12th after you have an opportunity for a neighborhood meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is that a motion that you're making?
Yes, I'm making that motion, given that the meeting that was scheduled with the residents was canceled and they did not get a chance to look at the survey.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And Alderman Yazzie, I think you spoke to the motion. Did you have anything else to say about it at this point?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
Tom, there were several comments. I mean, given that it's 59%, and I'm looking at some of the reasons why, some of the reasons seemed the particular location of an island. Is there any flexibility when you looked at some of the people who commented to either eliminate one or slightly move one or the other? It seemed like the issue was access to their driveways or to the streets.
Right. That was, we heard that a few times in the comments, and we could do that. We can, I think some of the residents might have been a little worried about, access may have been cut off, which was brought up in our last TC meeting. I responded to a few of them that no, we're going to keep access to all the driveways. But right, I think after getting the comments back, I think if we would have proposed fewer islands further away from driveways, it would have been a possible chance that would have flipped a few votes. But
yeah, given how close the vote is, I really support the Alder's request to have a meeting, because I think some explanation of what's going on and that there's some flexibility as far as those islands. I mean, you're not going to jump to a 90% approval, but I think you are going to get some people that sort of reflect and say, oh, well, if that's possible, then okay. And I think this is worth doing on this road and not dropping it. So I would be in favor of the motion.
Okay, and I just want to remind everybody that we had deferred it to tonight's meeting because the prior alder wanted to have a neighborhood meeting to discuss it. So that's very much in sync with what we had hoped to have happen. So is there further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. Ken? Your hand is up. Yes? You're muted. Okay, now it's down again. Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote that we refer the consideration of the traffic calming on the area on Wheeler between Sherman to Comanche, from Sherman to Comanche, until the May 12th meeting, so that Alder Miazzi can have an opportunity to hold a neighborhood meeting. I'll assume a unanimous consent vote. If anyone is opposed or wishes to abstain, please raise your hand and we'll do a roll call. Okay, very good. So I have some follow-up to do on all of those, I think, as does Tom. Great, thank you so much. Good discussion on traffic calming as usual. Now, item 12 is the tip review. Patrick, I believe we have public comment on that as well. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, we would normally have our presentation. Chris, you're still with us. Yay. Sorry, it's been a long meeting. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. We had some great things on the agenda tonight. So we'll have Chris's presentation, and then that would be our normal process, to hear Chris's presentation and then hear from the public. So Chris, go for it.
All right, thank you. I'm Chris Pedikowski with City of Madison Engineering Department, and I'm going to be talking about our transportation improvement program today. Are folks seeing my presentation?
Yes, thanks, Chris.
Great. So the transportation improvement program, basically what this is a listing of all our street reconstructions, resurfacings, repairs, and ped and bicycle projects as well. Basically, any kind of surface transportation project. What I'm going to do today is kind of talk about some of the more major projects, and then go through the various programs that we have proposed. And essentially, I go around to various committees, get comments on the tip, and those comments help us put together our budget request for the mayor. So as part of the attachments, I have this presentation. I also have a map of the city, which shows all the various projects, and then two spreadsheet listings, one called Major Streets 2022 and the other Ped Bike. And those are the street projects and the pedestrian and bike projects listings. So how does a project get into the city's budget? There's a number of ways. Safety, if there's safety issues, deteriorated pavement condition, needed ped and bicycle improvements, a deteriorated bridge condition or underground utilities. Sometimes we work together with adjoining municipalities or have a timely ability to get developer contributions. Sometimes we have projects in accordance with our neighborhood plans, and then lastly, roadway congestion can bring up a project as well. So what I'll do is kind of go through the city counterclockwise and go through kind of just a quick briefing of the major projects that we have on the schedule. So starting in the downtown area, there's a number of smaller reconstructs or resurfacings. West Washington Avenue is going this year. 23, we have Wilson and Broome planned, and 24, East Wilson. In 2022, a joint project with WSDOT, we're going to be reconstructing Blair Street from Williamson to East Wash, and then one block of East Washington. Also, in the downtown area, we're going to begin working on the West Main Bicycle Boulevard improvements shown here. We're starting at the Proudfit area and gonna work our way towards the Capitol. That was a project that was awarded federal TAP funds, so we'll be looking to do that in 2024. John Nolan Drive is a very big project for us that we have planned in 2026 and 27. That's going to include reconstructing the 6 bridges on the causeway, as well as reconstructing the pavement on the causeway, and then all the way down to Olin Avenue. That is proposed as one of the other things that we do with this presentation is propose the projects that we're going to be applying for federal funds for, as well as showing you the ones that already have been awarded federal funds. So this will be one of our top requests this summer to get Surface Transportation Block Grant funds from the feds. University Avenue, this project has already been awarded federal funds. It's been underway for a number of years now. We're getting close to bidding out the project and getting final plans ready. So that is reconstruction from Sherwood Boulevard to University Bay Drive. It also includes a ped and bike overpass of University Bay Drive, with that project scheduled next year for construction in 2022. A little further west, we have the old Middleton Road resurfacing and a new ped bike underpass under the railroad in this Craig Avenue area location. So we're proposing next year to get a new ped and bike underpass underneath the railroad in this location. There's an existing one now that is not accessible, and the railroad wants to fill it in, and we would like to replace that with a new ADA access underpass. This next one is a new project on the listings this year that I'm very interested in your comments for. I'm calling it the Old Sauk Path. It's an east-west path that is shown on the MPO bike plan. The reason it's coming up now is our stormwater group is going to be rebuilding these greenways on the east side of the Beltline here in 2022 and 23, and then on the west side of the Beltline, they're going to in the upcoming years going to start working on those greenways. And I thought it was the perfect time to implement the MPO plan and get that path built with the with the new greenway and ponds. So it's what we would propose is in next year's budget to work on the paths and in this area here on just west of High Point and north of Old Sauk. You'll also note that I'm showing here possibly a new bridge in this location. I think there has been in the plan a bridge just south of Old Sauk in the Junction Road area. That's also a good location. It really connects a lot of residential area with a lot of business and work job areas, and then has more residential on the west side here as well. So it seems like a good connection, and interested in comments on that potential for a new bridge there to complete that path. And I can, I think, take comments at the end if that works for everybody, so I can get through the presentation. I know it's getting kind of late here. Pleasant View Road is a joint project with the City of Middleton. We'll be reconstructing from Highway 14 down to Timberwolf Trail here. Starts in late 2022, but the bulk of the work will happen in 2023. This has been awarded federal funds by the SDBG block grant, and as I mentioned, we'll be getting underway soon. Westtown Path is a path system we've been kind of working on a lot over the years. It currently is in place up to Gammon Road, and then we have the crossing built at High Point Road here, and a path all the way to Commerce. So there's a missing link here from Commerce to Junction that we are proposing in 2023. That did get awarded federal TAP funds, so we'll be getting underway with the design on that soon and building in 2023. Next project here is Mineral Point Road. We're showing on the list again this year. This has showed up in previous years, but got pushed to the Horizon list. It would be a pavement replacement here from the Beltline to High Point. We'd also include traffic engineering is looking for some safety funds to enhance this intersection. So we'd work together with them on that in that grant request, and proposing to repave the rest of the pavement with SDBG federal funds as well. Then moving more towards the center here on South Park Street, we've got southbound joint repairs underway from West Wash to Olin and the railroad down to Badger. That work is already under construction. The last piece that we are showing programming for is here from Olin to the railroad in 2026. That is a WISDOT connecting highway, so we need WISDOT to program that, and we'll be requesting them to do so and partner with them on that one. The next project I have is the Cannonball Path. Right now, the Cannonball Path currently exists to the southwest, and it ends at Fish Hatchery Road. We would be extending that path along the north side of the railroad and through the backside of the Bowman Fields, and up across Wingara Creek. Proposing to do that in 2022. I'm still hopeful we can get that done. There's still a lot of work to be done with designing that bridge and getting the permitting done for the work near the wetlands and the creek. So we're hoping to get that built in 22, if not built, at least for sure bid out in 2022. And we're considering a combination of funds with city TIF funds and also applying for the Dane County Park Ride grant with this project. County AB interchange is a WISDOT project that we are our partner with. Would be a new interchange over the Beltline. County AB will be right now is an at-grade intersection. Mill Pond Road, also an at-grade intersection with Highway 12. There's been some serious crash issues out here, and we're proposing a new interchange and a frontage road system that would eliminate both these at-grade intersections and replace them with an interchange for a much safer intersection there. That is scheduled to start next year, and again, a joint project with WISDOT. And WISDOT's the lead on that one. Autumn Ridge Path is a path that we've shown in the past and applied for TAP funds in the past. The project's a little too pricey for the TAP program, so we're proposing this time to go for SDBG federal funds and apply this summer. This is a new path, kind of similar area that we were just talking about with Milo and Hamlet. It's from Milwaukee Street and has a new path to the street system here, and then another path from Sinekin and up with a new bridge over Highway 30 to Ziegler Road, to kind of connect these neighborhoods and get them connected into the Cap City path, Cap City Trail. Atwood Avenue, another project that we've shown in the past, but was put on the horizon list. We're gonna again apply for SDBG funds. You'll note I have quite a few requests here. They probably won't all get approved, but we're hoping that with the new allotment of funds as well as some potential stimulus funds, that there's a larger block of projects that can get requested hopefully this year. So Atwood Avenue, again, is a reconstruct from Fair Oaks to Cottage Grove Road. We're proposing it in 2023. This is a project where the geometry and the final design is actually already all done. We'll be reconstructing the 4-lane undivided road into a 3-lane boulevard and a multi-use path. So some pretty nice ped and bike components to this project and safety components for all the pedestrians going to the Olbrich Gardens and the Olbrich Park. Troy Drive Bridge. We are currently working with the railroad and WISDOT to obtain a freight rail grant where the WISDOT would pay for 80% of a new bridge in this location. Right now, there's a very shallow railroad bridge over Troy Drive that only has a space for 2 lanes, and there's an old kind of dark pedestrian storm pipe culvert that the sidewalk travels through. We would be replacing those 2 structures with a new bridge that would clear the entire right of way and allow for a sidewalk on both sides of Troy Drive. Currently showing that in 2024, that is potentially advanceable to 2023 if it gets funded as too. Okay, so for those new to this presentation, if a street is getting reconstructed, it doesn't always show up on my lists as a single line item. There's a few programs that I have where we kind of lump a bunch of similar type of streets together. One program is Reconstruct Streets. That's where we, take usually local small streets and reconstruct them completely with new pavement, new base, new curb and gutter, replace all the sidewalk that's needed, in some cases we'll be adding new sidewalk if there's no sidewalk existing currently. So that's our Reconstruct Streets program. In 2022, we have on the list a number of projects here, and I won't go into too much detail on this, but if people have questions, please let us know. Pavement management is another important program for us. So this is where we do a lot of our lower cost treatments to streets. You can see, if I move back here, Reconstruct Streets, we have typically somewhere around 8 to 10 million a year devoted to Reconstruct Streets, and you can reconstruct about 3 to 4 miles with that kind of money. With pavement management, for the same amount, this program has a similar amount of funding typically. We can seal coat close to 50 to 70 miles. We can crack seal close to 100 miles and do, I don't have a mileage of the patching, but a really a large amount of various local patching to keep the pavements in good enough shape that they don't need that full reconstruct. We also do full width resurfacing with this program, and in 22 are proposing another 6 miles of resurfacing with these streets listed here. Bikeways program is similar to the other two with just respect to paths. We use this for path resurfacing and then also building small little segments of new paths. So we plan to resurface a number of paths here listed: Quan, Sherrill, Struck, Sycamore, and Winger Creek path. We're also proposing, as a couple of standalone projects, a new Odana cycle track along the golf course. And also, as I mentioned before, that greenway on near Old Sauk and High Point Road, we'd like to use this program funds to build that path in the greenway next year. And then also looking at potentially a couple other candidates, Goodman Park, Toncho Drive, Dawes, and Glenwood Park connections. So those are our proposals for that program. Sidewalk program, also very important program for us. This year we are in Alder Evers and Alder Carter's district. In 2022, we'll be in District 5, and then 23, 12, and 18. So this is where we go around once every 10 years. We hit each area and repair all the sidewalks that are broken, cracked, settled, and creating trip hazards or back pitch, maybe not draining correctly. So again, this is a very important program for us to kind of keep up with our liability on all of our sidewalks in our right-of-ways. As part of the program, we also, like Bikeways, try to install some new segments. So we're a little bit behind on the new sidewalks with COVID last year. These tend to be the most controversial of all our projects, and when COVID hit, we kind of delayed a bunch due to the fact that we couldn't have a real robust public input process. And now I think we're getting to the point where we can kick those back into gear and start chipping off some of these little segments on these lists here. The first one we were for sure taking a look at was Wright and Carpenter and North Fair Oaks there. But propose to get started on a good chunk of this list here. Okay, lastly, we track the conditions of our streets over time. Basically, we rate every street in the city within 2 years. So essentially, every year we're rating about half of the city, and we have a set of goals that we try to meet with our pavement ratings. And we have different goals for different kinds of streets. So for local streets, we have a goal of try to keep all the miles at or below condition state 5 less than 30%. As you can see, over time we've been pretty steady here in the mid 20s, lower 20s. So we're doing good on the local streets. And just to back up, so people know, condition state 10 is like a brand new street. Condition state 3 is about the lowest a city street gets before you just can't tolerate it anymore. So there's really not too many 2s and 1s or 0s. Most of the streets kind of fall in this 10 through 6 range. So as I mentioned, we try to keep less than 30% of local streets below or above a condition 5. On our collector streets, we have a lower goal, or a lower percentage, I should say. We try to keep 20% of the streets at or condition state below 5, and right now we're just over that goal with 22.6% of the miles. And our arterial streets, which those are the kind of streets you really can't, you really notice the condition a lot more because there's a little bit higher speed, and it's a little bit more uncomfortable of a ride. So our goal there is a little bit more aggressive to 15% that we want below condition state 5. As you can see, we've still been hovering above 15 for a number of years now, just more or less keeping up with the amount of arterials that we've either resurfaced or patched or reconstructed. Have kind of matched the 6s that have turned into 5s over the years. So we really want to try to keep focusing on that pavement management and trying to get a little more bang for our buck with the distance and try to work and knock down these percentages a little more. For paths, we have kind of a little bit of a different goal. We try to keep everything above a 5 for our paths, and you can see we're getting pretty close. We've been inching down the last 3 years, and I was just looking at the ratings today with the projects that we have proposed this year and have proposed next year. That would take care of all the 5s. If Mother Nature is kind to us and none of the 6s turn into 5s, then we can maybe rest easy a little bit, but or just start working on those after that. But getting pretty close to keeping all those paths in a pretty good condition. So how to get info? We have a website with all these projects. Every one of our projects has its own individual site, so you can get that there. My information also on here. If there's any requests for new projects or questions about projects, do not hesitate to call or email. And that's all I had for my presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Before we get into any questions or comments, we do have public comment, as I understand it, Patrick?
Yes. Got a Jim Winkle in support and wishes to speak.
And thank you, Jim, for hanging with us for this long period of time. We had a lot to discuss this evening.
You do. You guys have a full agenda tonight. Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be brief, mostly about the Cannonball Path. Bridget said earlier that she was comfortable biking Fish Hatchery, and I am too, except for the portion without bike lanes. But cars are numerous and go fast, so I wouldn't really feel comfortable taking kids on Fish Hatchery. Your sense of balance is not as good as an adult's, and they could accidentally drift, close to traffic. And really the same thing with older folks, which is where we're all headed. And then also there's sometimes, quite a bit of debris in the bike lane on that particular road, more so than other roads that I've noticed. So extending the Cannonball Path to the Wingara Path makes a whole lot of sense to me. And I really appreciate Renee and Chris and all the other staff's work on this project that actually was approved in the past. I bike on the Cannonball weekly, and I bring other people on the trail, and it seems well used. Google Maps has Park Street and Fish Hatchery as the north-south biking routes on the south side, so we can clearly use some better north-south connections. And this last segment of the Cannonball would be an important connection. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jim. Does anybody have any questions for him? Okay, before we go to Ken's comment, I just want to say that we always appreciate Chris coming to the Transportation Commission so that we can have the opportunity to see where we're headed with TIP and with the various projects, but that the ultimate responsibility for project prioritization rests with the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Project details are the responsibility of the Transportation Commission, but Chris is always kind enough to come to TC to hear our feedback and what comments we might have for him. So Ken, go ahead.
Chris, I would think it might be helpful. Could you give us an example of an arterial that is currently ranked as a 4, that we might sort of be able to visualize what that looks like?
The responsiveness of a smart Chris, if you're speaking, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't know somebody muted me. Blair Street is a very classic example of a 4 arterial. You can see a picture here. I went to pretty much every joint in the concrete has been failing and they had to be filled. So there's lots of cracking going on with the streets. There's really no good section left anymore of a 4. I don't think we've ever gotten an arterial down to a 3 since I've been here. We generally programmed them and hit them before they become a 3. I could be wrong on it.
Okay, thanks.
Pretty rare, yeah.
Okay, Bridget, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, I don't want to assume anything, but with John Nolan and the reconstruct that you're planning there with the bridges and such, I'm assuming the path would be reconstructed at the same time?
Yes, definitely. That was our plan. And we'd like to, we haven't had any public input on it, but certainly am anticipating that we would widen it to create like kind of a separate area for pedestrians and a separate area for the bicyclists. Kind of like
especially the bridges.
we did that closer to Monona Terrace when we resurfaced that path, in Law Park. But definitely at the bridges for sure. That gets really thin at all three of those crossings, and we anticipate widening that out considerably.
And just one follow-up question. So especially lately, it seems that I don't know what they are, like metal joints along John Nolan are really doing badly. And sometimes they get incredibly loud. I can hear them from my place sometimes, which is not that close. Is that something that it's okay? It's not structurally dangerous?
Yes. In fact, that bridge was kind of a special design because of the movement in and settling in the causeway. That the bridge was designed with these joints that kind of allowed a little lateral movement, and that plate helps with that. And from time to time, we have to go out and tack weld them on. And so if you're hearing one that's particularly noisy, you can just let us know, and we'll go out and take a look at it. But we do monitor that.
Yeah, there's one that's moving a lot. So yeah, I'll report that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Great, Harold.
Thanks. Yeah, it's late, so I'll keep it short. But you asked for input, Chris, on the Old Sauk Path. I was not aware that was like in the longer term plans. I think it's good. I think it's only valuable if it does actually include that overpass over the Beltline, because otherwise you have these two stub ends that aren't doing that much. I think the other piece about that, Old Sauk itself still ideally would have low stress bike facilities as well, because expecting people to make that long way around, works for the connection to the neighborhood, but I think the direct route on Old Sauk is important too. I'm really excited to see that Beltline extension at Watts Road, especially with the discussions around moving the BRT terminal into that area. So I think that's really good to close that small gap. It's pretty short, but it's nice to have that closed. And finally, in terms of things that weren't on here, we talked earlier about Gammon Road between Watts and the Beltline to the south side of it. Is that on here?
So I was listening to you guys when you guys were talking about that. So we are resurfacing just a small portion of the bad. Where am I? There we go. Of the bad pavement between Seabold and the Beltline this year. And what I had hoped to do is when there's been a couple of times when this parcel on the northwest, we really need some extra right of way to get that path extended down. And right now, if you did that, we would have to buy their parking, which would be incredibly expensive. And they could argue that it would put them out of business and that sort of thing. So that parcel is prime for redevelopment, I think, and hoping that we can get a timely dedication there and then finish that path down to Watts.
Okay, thanks. And then I guess the reason why that other missing link in the Beltline path along West Town Mall isn't in there, because this will also require property acquisition or redevelopment or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, this stretch from Gammon to High Point, I still have design money to kind of lay that out so that we're ready when redevelopment happens to try to capitalize on that. There is a good chance to get. We've been talking with a developer here in the Zor Shrine area to get a dedication there, and kind of be ready as things develop, since we're not allowed to condemn the land for path purposes.
Okay, thanks. That's all. Great work.
Thanks, Harold. Anybody have any other comments for Chris, particularly on the areas where he did ask for feedback? But certainly all feedback is welcome. Okay, well, thank you so much, Chris. Thanks for waiting for your turn after a very long meeting. Certainly much appreciated.
No problem. Thank you.
Yes. I think I'll ask Chris McCahill for comments on the joint meeting for number 13, unless you've been to one already, Alder Harrington McKinney. We normally bounce back and forth between the joint members.
No.
Okay, Chris?
It was very brief, fortunately for us over there, so nothing to report.
Yeah. Hopefully we're going for a shorter meeting here next time, so we'll see how that goes. Thank you. In terms of traffic calming, we spent the last meeting really working on the agendas for the meetings that we have coming up through mid-July, so we can cover everything we need to cover to complete the final report by the deadline of July 15th. And we also divided the work with members volunteering to meet between meetings and complete draft documents, as Harold was talking about earlier, to be reviewed at that meeting so we can be most productive at the subcommittee meeting. So does anybody else from the subcommittees have any other comments? Okay. In terms of general announcements, we still have 2 vacancies on the Transportation Commission. The mayor's office continues to work on those, and I stay in communication with Lila over there. And in case you didn't notice, at the beginning of our agenda, we have a quorum of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board may be present, and the Transportation Policy and Planning Board is going to do that for members of the TC, because there are lots of topics where we want to invite the members of the other bodies to join us. And this way we don't have to worry about having missed an opportunity to provide that notice if we have that on each of our agendas. So we can try and be more efficient in the future and have items on both of our agendas. So that's all I have on that one. Suggestions on future agenda items. The potential agenda items for the May 12th meeting and future TC meetings are in Legistar. We'll be adding follow-up on the neighborhood traffic management program on Wheeler Road between Sherman and Comanche, and the 20 is Plenty Phase 1 review and approval from tonight. I think I caught everything, but I'll look back at my notes. And we have items that we're looking at for the later meetings. And just so everyone's aware, we understand that the Central Business Improvement District, or the Central Business Improvements District, the bid, does not intend to come back to the TC with a plan to close just the 400 to 600 blocks of State Street. So that's why you did not see that on the agenda this evening. Does anybody have any other agenda items for future meetings? I'm going to for sure try and keep the next one shorter. We had a lot of things that converged on this evening's agenda. So thanks everybody for your patience. We covered a lot of ground this evening. We hope to not have too many 5.5-hour meetings, but it does happen that way sometimes. So I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Harold?
Adjournment.
Second from Chris. And thanks everybody, very much appreciated. Take care. Thanks.